improve your piecing too, because finer needles, finer thread makes more precise piecing. Now you get 100 in here, so this should last you a good few months. We're changing our needle every 6 to 8 hours, aren't we? $39.99. Amazing price, but it's our early bird. That's not where we're stopping. Now, we've only ever reduced these once before, and we're going to do it again. It went wild. This is a great day to buy. You're going to make a £5 saving. This is $34.99. Now, this is a fantastic day. It's already at full price. It's the most cost-effective way to buy your needles, but with an extra £5 off, absolutely brilliant. 34 pence per needle. This is Schmetz. Now, I only use Schmetz needles in my sewing machines. Now, I use Schmetz because decades of experience with them has taught me that they are the best needles for me, for what I do. The quality is brilliant. They're really durable, but you still need to be changing your needle every 6 to 8 hours, because what happens is the point of your needle gets kind of roughened up, I suppose. Every time it goes through the fabric, it's doing that job of work. It's going through the fabric, and you get little nicks and burrs, and over those 6 to 8 hours of sewing time, your sewing machine has probably taken hundreds of thousands of stitches in that time. Your needle's done its job. It's time to change it. I tend to change my needle every day, which I know you're probably thinking, what? But yeah, every day, because I'll easily do 6 to 8 hours of sewing per day when I'm in my studio. You probably do the same sometimes, right? You probably do that sometimes yourself. Maybe every day. So get into that habit. Now, it's the one time I actually forget to eat when I'm sewing. When I'm in my studio and I'm really into my sewing, I do forget to eat. Clearly, I don't sew enough. I need to sew more. But, yeah, so I change my needle typically at the start of every day. Now, so for me, a box of 100 needles is going to last me about 3 months. For you, it might last you 6 months or a year, but just remember, a needle is not a one-time purchase. Lots of lovely messages. From Chantel in Dorset. Good morning, gorgeous Stuart. You and Giggly Lisa on a Sunday. What more could we ask for? I mean, thank you. Definitely Giggly Lisa is what we need. Stuart, welcome back. You've just brightened up my day. Karen, you've just brightened up mine now. Thank you. It's lovely to be back. Tina says, good morning, Stuart. Missed you. Tina, Tina, thank you. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to be back. I almost thought, can I remember how to do it? Good morning, Stuart. You have been missed. Looking forward to your show. Thank you, Angela. Thank you. It's going to be great. Stuart, you're back. Looking good. Good morning to you and the whole crew. Thank you, Tanya. I've had a lot of time in the garden. My garden's never looked so pristine. Actually, most of that's been Charlie, because I've been sitting in the garden quite a lot. Naughty, isn't it? Just admiring and saying, oh, Charlie, I think you've missed a branch there. Anyway, it's lovely to hear from you. Good morning, Stuart. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. Oh, I've just realised I haven't got my iPad. We'll sort that, because I want to be able to talk to you through Facebook as well. But do get your messages in, won't you? Now, keep going through for your Schmetz needles. It's our early bird today. Now, this is one of those things, it may not feel hugely exciting, but this is the best thing you can do to improve your sewing. Kate in Merseyside says, lovely to see you, Stuart. Thank you, my love. I'm getting the needles. Brilliant deal. What a fab start to Sunday. I totally agree with you there. This is fundamental. You know, I'm often asked, how can I improve my patchwork, get better points? And people always think it's about their seam allowance, and that's part of it. But one fundamental thing you can do is a finer needle and finer thread when you're piecing, because it's amazing how much of the seam allowance or the fold is taken up with the thread. So using a fine thread, so I like an 80 weight thread for piecing, really fine thread, and a size 70 needle, and you get these I mean, it's almost like there isn't a seam. And when you press the fabric back, you've barely got a bump. Do you know what I mean? And it does improve your precision. So it's really, really worth getting. But also, just for things like if you said talk, and it's going to be a lot of fun, and you can get tickets, and File is a gorgeous place. I'm going to be going for a bit of a night out in Filey afterwards, so we might end up doing a bit of a cafe crawl, we'll say. A cafe crawl, drinking coffee everywhere in Filey, or something else. So that should be fun. Gillian, great. Can't wait. Can't wait. Right, that's your Schmetz needles. That's your early bird. Tina's asked, would they work with brother sewing machines? Tina, oh, Tina, I'm glad you've asked that question. Right. So, needles can go in any machine. Your bobbins, you want to use machine-specific bobbins, but with machine needles, you want a brilliant quality brand of sewing machine needles for whatever sewing machine, or an overlocker, or an embroidery machine, or whatever you're using. So the same needles go in all of these things. Okay, so it doesn't matter whether you've got a brother or a singer or a Benina or a Janome Elner, Husqvarna, you name it, Juki. These needles are absolutely great. And you can also use Schmetz needles in your overlocker and also in your embroidery machine. So, yeah, these are universal, and the universal refers to their use. So they're a good all-rounder. You know, like those potatoes you could buy that are good all-rounders? Well, the universal needles are the needle equivalent. So you could do dressmaking with them, you can sew stretch fabrics with them, you can do piecing, whatever you want to do. So it's a really good buy, and it's brilliant that we've got that £5 saving on something that can be used by everyone for everything. The size is a 70, which is a fine needle, so you wouldn't want to use these for heavy-duty sewing, like bag making, necessarily. Early construction, fine. Top stitching through lots of layers, not going to be strong enough. But for piecing, absolutely brilliant. OK, I'm going to leave that with you. That's your Schmetz needles. All right. Loads of you with this in your baskets. Do remember to check out, won't you? If we've got any left, I'll remind you later on in our tools hour. Oh, Steph in Lincolnshire says, I have these needles, I just need to find them. Yeah, now, I put them in the little cupboard on the front of the sewing machine. That's where mine live. They sit, so you've got that space, but there's a little space under, and they fit in there on my machine beautifully. So I've always got them to hand. I hope you find them. If not, get yourself some more, and then you'll find them. The minute they arrive, you'll find the others. You know that's how it works. Right, let's have a look at the menu and see what's coming up. We already know we've got Giggly Lisa. So this first hour, we've got Tim Holtz fabrics, and I've got a quilt kit, I've got new pre-cuts, I've got some backing, and I'm going to give you a sneak preview of a Tim Holtz quilt that I've designed that's coming up in a few weeks. Now, at 9 o'clock, the cheeky Lisa Lamb is here with her cheeky weekend bag. This is beautiful. And you see that fabulous crane-printed PU? That is exclusive Lisa Lamb PU. Gorgeous kits for these bags. I've also got lots of the elements available on their own. Shop ahead. Lots of you already are, actually. You've spotted those PUs already. So that's a great new project from Lisa at 9 o'clock. Now, at 10 o'clock, we are launching a brand new book from Anna Maria Horner. And please be quick on this. Please be quick on this, because we've got about a fifth of the normal stock that we'd have for a book launch. And this is stunning. Absolutely stunning. It's called Blueprint Quilting. It's a hardback. It's beautiful quality book. And to start with, you've got a masterclass in quilting. Whatever your style, whatever your particular sort of likes and dislikes, you've got the most perfect starting chapters, so beautifully presented. How to work with colour, value, line, shape, form, space, texture. All this really good stuff. This stuff that builds confidence. Principles of composition. Now, there's loads of lovely projects. You've actually got 16 projects in the book. But what's at its heart is teaching you design know-how, design savvy, using four what she calls blueprints, okay? And I'll show you just on the back. These are the 4 blueprints. And working within these blueprints could actually make a quilt designer of anybody. Very cleverly done. The projects in the book are stunning. Absolutely stunning projects. Really beautiful. If you like K-facet designs, if you like bold and beautiful, if you like a plique, I mean, that quilt is stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. You could reinterpret this, would look amazing done in kind of ditzy 1950s, 1930s style prints, Liberty, something really soft and gentle, or something bold and beautiful. You've got a real lovely selection. Anyway, I'm going through the book now like we're looking at it, but that's later. That's later, if we've got any left. All right, we've also got loads of lovely tools in that hour. At 11 o'clock, Lisa is back with an hour that actually producer Ben and I asked if she could do. And that is a show which is all grab your own whatever you want. Rolls of PU, hardware, shoulder straps, I mean, you name it. We've got patchwork PU. Right, printed with patchwork. It's so gorgeous. We've got jelly vinyl. Hello, hello. I mean, I can't wait to show you that. It's gorgeous. Now, we've also got the scan-proof inserts for making wallets. We've got patterns. We've got loads on that. We've got handmade little decals that you can put on the front of bags. We've got all sorts. So really fantastic. Stock up your bag making stash hour. Okay, that really rolls off the tongue, but it's a fabulous hour and so much gorgeous PU as well. So shop ahead. And then finally, at 12 o'clock, we've got an hour of Brother Sewing Machines with 3 of my favourites. We've got the FS250, we've got the VQ4, and we have got the Combi Sewing and Embroidery Machine. So we're going to do some great prices. If you want to ask any questions about any of those machines, get them in now. All within the hour. It's going to be a fab morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Right, let's dive in. Now, before we go any further, I want to show you a quilt. Now, this is a quilt that I've made using Tim Holtz fabrics, and it's scrappy style. You might have already seen this on my social media. I'm going to be launching this pattern in a few weeks' time. Here's the whole quilt. And I just went into my stash of Tim Holtz fabric. And you know I love Tim Holtz fabrics. I think they're absolutely gorgeous. And there's some old stuff in there. There's some new stuff in there. There's all kinds of everything. This is a great hour to stock up and expand your stash ready for that launch. Or if you just love Tim Holtz fabrics, grab some today. Okay, now, Tim's launched a new sort of concept this year, which is each month he's bringing out a colourway of, gosh, kind of like your bread and butter fabrics. So far, we've had red, orange and yellow. I have not seen these yellows before, so I'm going to grab some of my favourites of these yellows to show you. Now, this isn't a bundle. You can buy the half metre. These are coming up. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. But even more exciting than that, we've got pre-cuts. These are brand new and these are red and pink. So I've got 2 different sizes of pre-cut. I've got a 10-inch. And I've got a 5-inch. Now, these are slightly different because you get 20 fabrics per pack, okay? So a bit more affordable than your regular. This is the first time we've seen them as well. $32.99, and I'm going to show you. Now, this is using red and pink, so let me show you. Absolutely gorgeous, that. You get 10-inch squares of each fabric. They are all different as well. So if you want to get a lovely scrappy mix to add into a quilt, lots of variety, this is a brilliant way of doing it. You could use these fabrics for my braid quilt. Bingo cards, love that. You've got your postage stamps. How cool. Oh, now I'm saying you get, they're all different. I'm looking now and I'm thinking you get 10 and you get 2 of each. Beg your pardon, you get 2 of each. That map's beautiful. That's really lovely. Let me open this out actually so we can see the fabrics we're getting. So you get 2 of each. Okay, my bad. Love those bus tickets. I remember when cinema tickets and bus tickets were like that. That's showing my age. Floral. Love that street map. That is really cool. And it's kind of an easy way to get instant scrappy without having to buy huge amounts of fabrics. And you might balk at the idea of buying fabric for a scrappy quilt. But, you know, the truth is most of us do not have enough scraps that we want, you know, of the kind of style that we want to make our quilt. So there's nothing wrong in buying some fabrics to supplement our stash. So those are all the designs you get, and you get 2 of each. So I've got a second set here, exactly the same. Absolutely brilliant. Now, would you like a special launch price for this? I know lots of you have got this in your baskets waiting. We're going to do that. We're going to go under 30. Thank you, Hannah. $29.99. But we haven't got loads. We haven't got loads. You're getting 20 10-inch squares. Brand new Tim Holtz red and pink. Really fab. Really fab. And this would work beautifully for my braid quilt. This would be a great addition to your stash. And then you could pick out other fabrics from your stash to go with it. Now, don't forget as well that your 10-inch cake could be cut into 5-inch squares if you like charm square quilting. And that way you would have 80 5-inch squares from one pack, which is fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. A lot of value there. Love these postage stamps. This is my favourite print from the whole collection. I think it's gorgeous. Really gorgeous. I've not seen it in the pink, actually. It's really, really nice. And also these bingo tickets. I went to bingo for the first time last year in Bridlington, of course, which was amazing. I had such a good time. But I walked in and it was such a... I mean, if you go to bingo, you know. You walk in, it's like, I've never been anywhere like this in my life. It was just such a cool environment. I got told off, of course, for talking by the caller, actually, not by other people playing. The caller, actually. Terrible. I wasn't being loud. I wasn't being loud. You know, I was only chatting, but I was obviously chatting too loud. So you talking? That floral's really pretty. I love that. You know, it's a blender range, but each fabric is really gorgeous. There's a lot of different designs. The tickets is great. Isn't that cool? Really love that. I actually did a whole chapter in my first book, actually, just using Tim Holtz fabrics for a whole chapter, because as soon as I saw his fabrics, I love the style, and I think it's different. Yeah, gorgeous. And I love this concept as well, having these kind of palette fabrics, because they're the ones I use most in my quilts. I need a palette. Very cool. This would go really well, actually, with the book from Anna. We're going to get so much colour confidence from that. Now, I also have the 5-inch charm pack. And in your charm pack, quantity-wise, this is also 20. So you're getting 2 of each of 10 fabrics. But, of course, the thing is, these fabrics have so many different eclectic elements. You're going to save as well here. Little launch price, under £10. I love that. I love that. Now, if you've got my book, Simple Shapes... No. Make 100 quilts. Use scraps, make 100 quilts. There's a pattern in there for machine stitch cathedral window that uses 5-inch charm squares. This would make a gorgeous cushion for £9.99. I would team this with Quilter's Calico. And I would do a cathedral window. If you've never tried Tim Holtz before, this is a lovely way to try his fabrics. The quality is amazing. It's free spirit, 100% cotton, really lovely quality. The print quality is amazing. You have so much. I mean, look at the fine detail in that map. It's really quite incredible. Floral, textures, kind of aged appearance, calligraphy, bingo cards. Mine was all self-checking. I didn't really have to do anything. This is why I was able to chat, because I had a sort of an iPad. And it's my numbers were actually clicking off before they were called. I didn't have to do anything. That's why I was sitting talking, because I had nothing to do. You see, anybody who knows me knows if you want to keep me under control, give me something to do. That's why my mum taught me to knit when I was 3. Give him something to do. It's the only way. It's the only way. Right, that is lovely. I'm really excited about those new charm packs and the 10-inch. Loads of you in baskets. Half my remaining stock's in baskets. Beautiful. Good morning, Stuart and team. Love your shirt. At last! At last! Michelle, I feel vindicated. Thank you. I thought, I love this new shirt. Never worn it before. And nobody noticed. But Michelle, you did. Thank you. Ah, thank you, Steph. Steph messaged to say I've been missed. Lovely to see me again. Thank you, my love. That's really kind. It's good to be back. Morning, Stuart. Waited ages for you to come back. Have a great day. Thank you, Rosalind. Thank you. You have a great day too. I hope you can spend the morning with us here on Sewing Street. Right. Shall we dive into some palette fabrics? Let's do it. Let's do it. Some of you have already found these. I love these yellow fabrics. They are glorious. I'm going to start with the postage stamps. I'm not going to do all of the individuals, but I'm going to start with the postage stamps. I'm going to pick a few special ones out. These are the postage stamps, and these are going to be available in every colourway. So I can imagine there are people collecting the postage stamp fabrics. You get 1/2 metre. Now, this is what you get in 1/2 metre. Now, I think that is such a cool look. It's almost like mosaic or tesserae. I think that's really beautiful. I love the fact that when you get closer, you can see that they're postage stamps. And each individual stamp is interesting and kind of cool in its own right. There's kind of franking on them, different variations of tone as well. Really lovely fabric. And printed really nice and straight. So if you wanted to cut 2.5-inch borders, say, or you wanted to cut out a block or a patch, and you know, you can take that into consideration. I think that's really cool. $8.99 for 1/2 metre. Very nice, actually, for bag making. Oh, where have you been, says Elizabeth, and what have you been up to? You've brightened my day already. Gosh, Elizabeth, straight in there with all the important questions. I've been at home, and I have been doing a lot of creative things. A lot of creative things. I knitted a pair of socks. I made 3 quilts. I did a lot of gardening. And it's a busy time on the farm as well. So, yeah, but it's really good to be back. Really good to be back. Let me grab the next fabric. I'm going to grab the one with butterflies and moths on it, because this is one I have not seen before in any of the other colourways. I think this is gorgeous. I've only got 10 metres of this left. In fact, I don't even have 10 metres. This has, I think these are all moths, maybe some of these are butterflies. And then you've got that really beautiful script in the background. The colours are just mellow and warm and buttery as well, aren't they? I think that's a gorgeous one. I'm also really loving this fabric. I love the Tim Holtz fabrics that are like sort of aged wallpaper or vintage fabrics, and this has a gorgeous look to it. Now you could draw out maybe a little bit of the green or a little bit of maybe the rose pink. This would make a beautiful bag, wouldn't it? Stunning. I'm going to show you this one next, because this has got so many elements that you could fussy cut, that you could highlight. I love the photographs on here. So there's a red version of this, but different photos. So again, I think you could really kind of mix and match these fabrics. It's very, very clever. I love the idea actually of getting a few of these each month and then creating maybe a colour wash quilt that kind of, you know, ombres from one side to the other or one corner to the other and highlights these different fabrics. This would be a brilliant fabric to have to inspire a scrap quilt, because there's so many different shades in here that you could grab from your scraps. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. They are fab, aren't they? I'm going to grab the little floral, because this reminds me of those sort of gardener's handbooks. Or do you remember those little guides? I can't remember. Like I Spy guides to British trees or whatever, that kind of thing. Yeah. £8.99 a half metre. And you've got things like broom and buttercups. Buttercups are poisonous for goats, by the way, in case you didn't know. People always say to me, oh, the goats, they'll eat anything, won't they? They are so fussy. They are so fussy. Yes, they'll eat things they're not supposed to eat, like your roses, if you give them half a chance. But they don't eat anything, and there are lots of things that they can't eat, including buttercups. There we are. And cruciferous vegetables. Which is things like cabbages. They can't have them either. There we go. Right, next up, I'm going to show you this one, which is like your bus tickets and your cinema tickets and that kind of thing. Remember when the lady or the man used to tear the ticket in half? No one here remembers that, because everyone here was born after 2000. Gorgeous. Bag making, quilt making, home decor, anything like that. There's a few others. This is yummy. I feel like I need to show you all of them because I haven't seen any of the yellow fabrics before. This is like kind of, oh, I don't know. I feel like in a little village in Puglia, and this is one of the houses, this kind of plaster, cracked plaster effect. Gorgeous. Now, in my quilt, I'll just show you here, you know, I've got things like this section here, but you also need some fairly plainish fabric to divide up your bands. So something like this would be really cool for these. Really cool. We've actually got some of the fabrics that I used in that coming up. And I think just this one is the last one, which again, just a really pretty floral. Gorgeous. Now that would work if you love things like Liberty, little floral prints. I mean, a world away from Tim Holtz, but not, as it happens. Yeah, traditional quilting. Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect. And the thing is as well, you know, you can do very traditional, simple designs using these quilts, but they will look kind of more modern, fresher, perhaps a little cooler, because you're using these slightly more modern, cooler fabrics. It's all about the fabric you use, isn't it, at the end of the day? It adds a completely different flavour to whatever you make. Tracy's got in touch. Ah, lovely to see you back, Stuart. I remember the clippies on buses. Tracy in the... Now, I don't remember clippies on buses, but yes, I know what you mean. I remember on the buses. Clippies, for those people too young to know, were the people that there was a person driving the bus, and then there was a second person called a clippy who used to go around with a little hole punch and clip the tickets, check the tickets. Carol says, morning, Stuart. I know what you mean with the tickets. Do you remember the conductor on the bus with the ticket machine? Shh. Sort of. I kind of do. Yes. Yes. I am that old. Right, that's the yellow. Morning, Stuart. I can't wait for your pattern. And you are not alone in remembering tickets. The yellow fabrics are a lovely change. They are. Do you know, Susan, I don't have any yellow in my stash, or almost no yellow in my stash. But actually, that is an absolute dose of sunshine. And we are getting some of the real stuff. Gorgeous, loving it. This year has started well. But that, for your quilting as well, beautiful, beautiful. Now, I'm going to grab an extra wide fabric. This is not a Tim Holtz. No. Oh, this one. Yeah. Right, so this is an extra wide backing fabric. Now, this isn't Tim Holtz, but it is in the same kind of vein or genre. So, oh, yeah, that's really nice. I like that. That's cool. So it's kind of like broad brush strokes. That's lovely. Now, $12.99 for a ½ metre is fabulous value because you're getting 2 3/4 metres in width. So ½ metre by 274 centimetres. Now, I'm just going to drop one end off the table just to show you just how much fabric you're getting here, because this is a lot of fabric. So if you're thinking making cushions, I mean, this fabric with something like a really like neon pop of green covered piping cord, or like neon yellow around it, would be beautiful. Really kind of fresh. It's almost got a little bit of a mid-century modern vibe to it. You get a lot of fabric for your money. This is all for $12.99. Now, of course, made for backing quilts. If you're doing a double or a queen, or less than that, then 2½ metres will do it. 5 units. If you're doing a king size, then you need 3 metres, that's 6 units. Easy way to remember it. It is 100% cotton. It is also really, really suitable for things like dressmaking projects, and you can use it on the front of your quilt too. So don't think that this is, you know, has to be on the back of a quilt. You can use this on the front as well. Really lovely. And kind of goes with anything. That's the colour field. I've got that in a few different colours, actually. Ah, another message. Does colour field come in yellow? It's lovely to see you back, Stuart. Oh, thank you, Karen. No, I don't have a yellow. I'll show you what I do have yellow in. I'll just show this. I've got this, Karen. Now, I think this is really lovely. Not Tim Holtz, but again, it's got that similar vibe. And this is kind of all the shades of kind of buttery, sunflowery, beautiful, beautiful. And I love the sort of almost like watercolour washed effect there. So this is the one I have that is in a yellow tones. Vanilla, buttery, really pretty, really pretty. Hi, Stuart. My mum was a clippy. and my dad was a driver, and that's how they met. For a few years, I was a clippy, then became a bus driver. Jean, I love that. I loved that story. Yeah, so, well, I think, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, but I think quite a lot of clippies were women. There were a lot of female clippies. I remember the clippies too. My aunt was one and used to save the ends of rolls for me to play with and draw on. Lynn, that's really cute. It would actually be really useful for foundation piecing now, wouldn't it? You can do like crumb quilting on paper rolls. Where are the clippies now, eh? Oh, that's a really fun story. I like it. Was anybody a cinema usherette? I loved the usherettes who used to come round with sweets and ice creams. And gosh, back in the day, cigarettes as well. Yeah. And lighters and things like that. Right, let me just show you the other colour field colours, actually, because Karen asks a good question, and I'll just show you. There's like a really soft greyish, creamish. There's a gorgeous blue, and then there's a red. So those are the other options. And then, of course, we've got the grey, which I've already shown you. So these are our colourways. Just names, Hannah. There's red, aqua, and cream. So have a look on the website for those. They're all $12.99 a half metre. Now, before we move on, oh, yes, the Synergy stripe. Now, this is gorgeous. We've had it in a bundle before, but never by the half metre. Oh, my goodness, look at that. Now, the picture on the website just shows blues and creams. That is, yes, that's the one. That is stunning. Now, I would totally rock a shirt in that. Vertical or horizontal? Could I carry off both? That is gorgeous. You could do a really lovely beach cover-up, kimono style, dressing gown would be lush. Imagine binding a quilt in this, or sashings, borders. I mean, you can't go wrong with a stripe. And look at how is that for a binding. Ah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, this has been a little bit of a sleeper. This one. Can we just show the picture from the website? Is that possible? Because this is why we always have to try and show you the pictures. Show you what, I mean, I thought it was that. That's a lovely fabric, but look, it's literally that. It's that bit. But look at all the other colours you get. Stunning. Now, if you've never used a striped fabric in piecing before, the possibilities for fussy cutting, for kind of rotational symmetry, using the stripe in your piecing, is limitless. Absolutely gorgeous. Loads of you going for this. Now, let me just tell you that I have about 15 metres of this fabric left. Now, remember, you're going to be buying 3 metres for a king-size quilt. So I only have 5 bundles that would back a king-size quilt. I don't have that much, and actually the numbers are dropping. Ah, Susan, thank you. She says, my Auntie Jackie was an usherette in Manchester Opera House. Love that. Love that. I bet your aunt saw so many productions. Oh, that's lovely. I love that. Pat says, morning, Stuart. After about 30 years of not going to the cinema, when I did go to see Mamma Mia years ago, I said to my daughter, where's the ice cream lady? I was horrified. Oh, Pat, I'd have been with you too. Where is the ice cream lady? Did they not have them then? Oh, now, I just want to quickly remind you of my brand new pre-cuts today. I've got 10-inch stacks, and I've got 5-inch charm packs of Free Spirit, Tim Holtz, pinks and reds. Now, half the stock of the charm pack is gone. And how much more in baskets? Oh, almost everything else in baskets. You get 20 10-inch squares, and you get 2 of each design. Should be over 30, should be about, was it $32.99? We're doing you a special launch price of $29.99. Beautiful. So many different designs there, all brand new from Tim Holtz. You get exactly the same in the 5-inch charm pack, just 5 by 5. This is 10 by 10. Gorgeous. Be quick on that though, won't you? It's not going to hang about. And really lovely if you want to add a sort of controlled element to a scrap quilt. Pre-cuts are a brilliant way to start a scrap quilt. I know you've bought them specially. That's fine, that's allowed. It's all allowed. You can do what you like. But start with a palette that all works together. You know it all works together. And then go to your scraps and say, okay, what do I have that's anywhere near these fabrics? But if you have no starting point, it can be really hard, can't it? This is under £10 for the charm pack. You get 20 5-inch squares. As I say, same designs, but a 5-inch square of each, and you get 2 of each design. So lots of options there as well. If you want to make yourself a gorgeous machine stitch cathedral window cushion, that's all you need. And 1/2 metre of something like quilter's calico, and you could make a gorgeous machine stitch cathedral window cushion. Beautiful. Brand new today. They won't hang about. How many baskets now? Okay, half my stock now that I've got is in baskets, and we're down to the last 10 or 12. Now, I've got a couple of other extra wides. These are Tim Holtz. This is one of my favourites. I've used this one many times, actually, in my quilting. This is called Dictionary. And you know I love fabrics with words on, and this is just brilliant. It's almost like a patchwork collage of dictionary pages. And it does make sense. You can read them as well. And this again is extra wide. So this is 274 centimetres wide, or 108 inches. And again, you get so much fabric. So if you do things like, well, let's say you were going for one of the palette ranges and you wanted to do that plus that, there's your quilt. Easy. There's your neutral. Use it on the front. Use it in the sashings. Use it in the borders. Gorgeous fabric. $14.99 a 1/2 metre. And half the stock's in baskets of this one. If you've got quilts from the country, you can see a bit of this backing actually on Tea with Jane in the summer chapter. That quilt is backed with this fabric, Dictionary. But I've used it loads of times. It's one of my favourites. Excuse me. The other extra wide that I just want to quickly mention is the world map. Very limited stock of this. My New Mexico quilt is backed with this. I've literally got 1 metre of this left. So if you're quick, you could grab that. Fab, isn't it? Oh, Brill, go on then. Yes, Stuart, my auntie saw lots of fabulous shows and met lots of stars and celebrities. She loved the job. Oh, gosh, I bet she did. Manchester Opera House. All the stars would have gone through, wouldn't they? Literally everybody. Wow, that's so cool. So cool. I bet she had some amazing stories to tell. Fabulous. Oh, Susan says, my Auntie Ethel was a clippy and her sister Auntie Ruby was an usherette. How lucky was I? Oh, yeah, because she got on the bus for free and in the cinema for free. I'm guessing, Susan. Oh. I always hoped that friends or relatives of mine would move to different countries. Not that I wanted to get rid of them, but I thought I could go visiting. You know, I'd have a friend in Florida and maybe someone in Rome or someone in... No, 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 nothing. Right, let's talk about the quilt behind me. This is called Vintage Red. Now, I demoed the kit. Now, I'll give you the date for the demo. This was such a fun quilt to make and so much easier than I ever thought it was going to be. The 6th of March this year, full demo on how to cut and piece the diamonds, how to cut the triangles and how to piece it together. This is straight seams. There are no Y seams. There's no paper piecing. There's no EPP. It is easy machine piecing, and you're not paying $259.99. It's a massive saving, $189.99. Now, there's three-way split pay as well, so you don't need to spend all of that today. You can spend a third of that today. $63.33 gets the kit home, and the fabrics are drawn from the red and orange colourways of Tim's new range. Let me show you these gorgeous fabrics. Now, you get full instructions included, free instructions, which also includes all your full-size templates as well. The fabrics in this quilt are absolutely stunning, and you get really generous quantities. This is a lovely sort of ditzy. You get a all-over floral. This is my favourite fabric. Now, I had some left over from the quilt, which I used for these strips here, and a little bit in the piecing as well. So useful, these fabrics. I also had some of this left over, which I've used here again, and you can see some of those other elements, the postage stamps and so on. They're there. I also used the map. That's that one. So, you know, you'll have some leftovers, which is good to know. Look at all these beautiful fabrics. And as I say, in terms of a level, skill level, confident beginner to intermediate for this. You're going to be using some simple templates, nothing hard there. And you're going to be joint strip piecing, and then you're going to be cutting at an angle to create the diamonds. Now, I showed the easiest, easy peasy way of getting everything lined up and matched up on the 6th of March. So watch that show. If you're buying the kit, watch that show. I'll give you a full tutorial on how to make it. And I'm going to show you as well that you're not even piecing hexagons together. You join them in 3. So you make like a half hexagon, so straight seam, you sew it to a triangle, straight seam, sew it to another half hexagon, and you make rows, and then you just sew the rows together. It's so easy. It's so easy and impressive. So that's our quilt kit, Vintage Red. Now, next thing I want to show you is stripy fabrics. Not just for bindings, but they make the coolest binding. I'm going to grab a quilt, actually, to start with, to show you where I've used it. So this is my stepping out quilt. Oh, I've got a few different versions of this. Okay, but look at the binding. Now this, for me, makes the quilt. That narrow, black and white, stripy binding. If you love Anna Maria Horner, Tula Pink, Kay Fassett, any of your brights, a black and white stripy binding is a knockout, an absolute knockout. We'll start with black and white. Now then, here's our black and white. Standard width, cotton, 100% cotton. This does tend to strobe a little bit on the TV, but brilliant. Now, 1/2 metre, what do you think? The price is amazing. The price is amazing. £3.99 for 1/2 metre. Now, this is a cotton poplin, so this is a little bit lighter than quilt weight cotton. Almost imperceptible. Oh, totally. Not just for bindings, for piecing. You can add this into your piecing, no problem. Now, I would buy 1.5 metres to 2 metres of this, 3 or 4 units. 1/2 metre is going to be enough to bind single bed quilt, big wall hanging, 50-inch square lap quilt, something like that. So why do I want to buy 1.5 metres, 2 metres? Well, because I'm going to use this to bind pockets and the top of bags because it looks super smart. I'm going to use this in piecing. I don't want to run out of this fabric. And I've been here for nearly 4 years, and the first time we ever had this on, to my knowledge, was when we did the stepping out quilt, and that was only a couple of months ago. So what I'm saying is, we don't have this on air very often, so buy it now while you see it. Stash it, you will use it so many times. You can, of course, as well, here's my top tip with the black and white one. It dyes beautifully. So if you wanted purple and black stripes, or shocking pink and black stripes, this is the fabric to buy, because you can chuck it in the washing machine with a dial-on dye. It will dye the white, the black will remain unchanged. Bingo. Now, can you imagine buying 5 or 6 metres of this and doing 1 metre of each, dyeing it in different colours, and then stitching? So many cool things you can do with it. I'll just grab the quilt again. These stripes, by the way, are just about 1/4 of an inch wide. Good morning, Stuart. I love your tip about using striped fabric for binding brightly coloured quilt. Linda, thank you. You're welcome. It works so well. Because there's none of... Now, also, another thing you can use this for is in your piecing. Okay, so I can't remember her name, but there was a brilliant quilter who did this whole book that was traditional blocks, but what she did was she split up the elements. So if there were flying geese or half square triangles or whatever maybe in a 9 patch, she would split those elements apart and put black and white striped thin sashing in between the elements, which kind of almost like window paned the block. Totally changed the look of it. I thought it was such a cool idea. This is a great opportunity. But I need to let you know, no surprise, the black and white stripy fabric is flying out. My stock is going down like heavy rain, and there are over 50 of you with it in your baskets. Almost everybody has multi-bought as well, so it's not going to last. Right, let me grab the navy. This is gorgeous. It instantly makes me think of nautical, seasidey, bit beachy. Lisa Lamb's just walked in. She's wearing the most gorgeous red top, and of course navy and white stripe with a little hint of red. Chef's kiss. It is perfect. This is the navy and white. Now, navy and white might be just a slightly softer option if you wanted to do your scrappy quilt with lots of blues, lots of tans, lots of golds, yellows, oranges, and then a navy and white stripy binding. But definitely, what about a shirt-waisted dress? What about a shirt in a navy and white? Because this is a poplin, remember, it's slightly lighter than quilt weight cotton, so even better for dressmaking than quilt weight cotton. We're going to need to move on because this is going to sell out. Let's do the really soft... No, can we do the cornflower blue? This is yummy. This is yummy. Now, this is Andy Pandy, blue and white stripes. There's no denying it. There's another blast from the past, Andy Pandy. This, just gorgeous, fresh, summer dresses. It's lovely. But of course, also in your quilting. This is Rose and Hubble, by the way, so we know from their solids, gorgeous quality, finely woven, 100% cotton poplin. You've got that gorgeous cornflower blue and white stripe. Absolutely yummy. And the price is fabulous. £7.98 for a metre. £3.99 by the half. Really lovely. A fantastic fabric for binding, for sashing. But also remember that when you cut a stripe apart and piece it back together, you can change the direction. So even if you cut 4 squares out of the striped fabric and then just turn the stripe and sew them back together, so many cool things you can do. Right, the lightest blue, this is almost like a soft grey blue. Gorgeous. Beautiful, love that. I know this is an obvious one, this is low-hanging fruit, but I am thinking pyjamas. Isn't it though? But it's such a lovely colour.
And actually those have become really fashionable as outerwear.
Yes, literally we were just talking about that. Kind of outerwear, it's the vibe for summer. Well, that and a broderie anglais top. Yes. Now, I bought some broderie anglais shirts, a little bit revealing. Gonna wear, I nearly wore one today. And then I thought, Lisa will absolutely rib me if I wear this. So I'm so distracted, I love it. Tomorrow. That is lovely, isn't it? I absolutely love that colour. Love that colour. Yep, in a pastel quilt, baby quilt. Beautiful. Again, the binding, the sashing, just lovely. Just lovely. You're right about stripes for a binding, says Penny. I've been making cushion covers and couldn't decide, and I found the stripe perfect. Thank you, Penny. Oh, Kenny, yeah, it's... The stripes often get overlooked, or, you know, they get lumped into that, directional fabric, bit scary. I think stripes and directional fabrics are amazing. Just, grab them while we've got them on air, because we don't often have them. I'm a bit one-handed here because I'm hiding Lisa's bag. I've got one more stripe, but I'm going to put that there because I need to talk to you about this bag in just 1 second. Right, red and white. So if we're talking nautical, summer, beachy, my goodness, we need a red and white stripe, don't we? But also, I love a classic red and white or red and cream quilt. And you can't go wrong with this. Now, again, you could dye this. So if you were making something which was a bit more antique-y, reds and creams and tans, just chuck this into the washing machine with a tea dye. Rit tan? Yeah, Rit dyes, do a tan. That's perfect. And you can do it really dilute, so it's just... Or you could even tea dye this with tea to give it a more antique-y look. But if you want crisp red and white, it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. And such a great price, $3.99 a half metre. Beautiful. Yeah, love it. Right, let's talk about the cheeky weekend bag from the equally cheeky Lisa Lamb. I've got single figures of this bag kit left, Lisa. I've got 2 other colourways. I've got the PU on its own, still in the blue. I've got the shoulder strap on its own. This is ready-made. I'm so into these at the moment. But the actual kit, I've got single figures. Everything in that hour is flying out. Lisa is standing here ready. We might just end up talking about your last holiday, Lisa, if we don't have anything left. I'm going to actually just put my head out here and say, I love this one. This actually isn't my favourite colourway out of the 3. We're going to park that, we're going to go to a break, and I'll see you after this.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it, or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
A mistake, can't you, girl?
I'm speechless. It's Lisa Lamb, everybody. Now, Lisa, oh my
Yes.
goodness, you've blown up the internet, okay?
Thank you.
Straight in with this kit. It's the cheeky weekender. There are only 4 remaining. Now, this is the kit. This is brand new. Lisa, this is fabulous.
Thank you.
Adjustable shoulder strap.
Yes.
Gorgeous handles. Now, this PU is exclusive Lisa Lamb PU.
Yes, it is.
Can't
It
get
is.
this anywhere else.
Anywhere else.
Brilliant. You've got security zip. This is just brilliant. I have actually got the PU rolls available on their own. However, you are going to have to be quick on those. But let's talk about the kit first of all. What do we get in the bundle, Lisa?
You're going to get the PU.
Yeah.
Because this is a kitchen sink kind of bag, because, you know, we love our accessories,
Yeah.
you're going to use almost all of the PU. So usually
Great.
in my makes there's quite a lot left over, but you will use most of it.
It's a big bag.
It's the biggest bag actually it's the biggest bag I've brought to Sewing Street.
Yeah. Beautiful as well and easy to make.
Oh, so easy, you won't believe.
You're also getting that. Now, I am so into these ready-made shoulder straps. They give such a smart look to a bag.
They do.
Polished.
Yeah. They just kind of add instant value.
But also, Lisa, I'm not being funny. By the time I finish making the bag and making the lining, I have run out of steam. And
Yes.
making the shoulder strap. It's the same in my workshops. There's this real, like, "Ugh," when everyone's like, oh, have I still got to make a shoulder
Oh
strap?
no, I've got to do the strap as
Clip,
well.
clip, we're done.
Yes,
We're
exactly.
done. All your metalware included. You've also got your lining fabric.
Yes.
Fabulous pattern.
Yes.
I mean, and you literally wrote the Bag Maker's Bible.
Thank you.
So you know the instructions are going to be amazing. $41.99. Absolutely amazing value. That is about to sell out. If you want the blue, here it is. Last little look at it. You've got that gorgeous pocket on the outside. This would also make a really gorgeous baby bag, wouldn't it?
It would. Baby bag, gym bag, picnic bag, beach bag. Because remember, because it's waterproof, or because it looks a bit posh,
Yeah.
you don't need to be careful with it. It's durable and waterproof.
We need to look at the next one. We're going to do
Okay.
my favourite.
Oh, right, because I was wondering.
Well, I'm just going to quickly flash you both kits so you can see what we've got the choice. We've
Take
got
your bets.
Now these are you've got your other option with the cranes, which is the grey, but my favourite is actually the brown, the bronzy brown. So let's have a look at that one next.
So,
I'm going to just slide this off so we can see.
because the PU designs differ ever so slightly. So they've got, all of them have cranes, but some of them are flying through slightly different things, and it's worth noting.
God.
That's waves, but this one,
Oh, Lisa.
peonies.
This is exquisite. Look at that. And this is beautiful, soft, flexible PU. Easy to sew, isn't it?
Really, you can sew that into 4 or 6, and as long as you've got a fresh needle, there'll be no drama, promise you.
What size needle would you recommend?
I always use a 90.
A 90.
A 90 is a nice, 90 universal.
Here's your shoulder strap. Look at that. It's like, oh, caramel.
Look at the sheen on that.
That is so classy. I absolutely love it. Then you've got your lining. I mean, you really have done well with the...
The colour matching was fun.
Oh, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. And also, how lovely to have Lisa Lamb exclusive. You can't get these anywhere else.
No, you can't.
You have produced these PUs.
Yes, I have. Yes. It
I
was
mean,
so
kudos
much-
to you.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
And then, of course, you also get your pattern. Now, what's really lovely is that your pattern, you can remake.
Yes, you can. Absolutely.
We've got more PU.
Yep.
We've got more shoulder straps.
Yes.
You can also make this in different fabrics. this
You
same bag.
100% could. Canvas, denim,
nice.
polyester. As long as you interface it correctly, you can make it from whatever you want. Quickly
Half
as
the
well.
stock's gone are in baskets. This is beautiful. And I think this has got a gorgeous late summer vibe. It's warm, it's rich. If you like your autumny colours. It's yummy.
Yes.
Absolutely gorgeous. Right, I'm going to pop that to one side. That's option 2. And then my third option, I think you're going to absolutely love.
Oh, yes.
This is such a beautifully put together colourway.
It just looks really quite expensive.
Yes.
You know?
Yes. So here's your PU, first of all.
This one's waves with seafoam.
Oh, now that is yummy. Absolutely yummy. And it's these fabulous sort of stylised waves in the background as
Yes.
well. And the sea foam. Now, what I really love with this is that you've got this beautiful kind of soft gold.
Yeah, could have gone with the grey strap, but I
Yep.
just thought a bit of gold to
I think it's
accent would be
beautiful.
nice.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. That's your shoulder strap. You've also got your grey lining, and then you've got your full instructions for £41.99. Again, the stock is flying out. All of these kits are going to sell out. The question is, will you get yours? Will you get yours? Be quick. Be quick and you will. Right, let's talk pattern, because you can get your pattern on its own, physical or digital. We'll start with the physical pattern. £9.99. These are really chunky instructions.
I prefer to assume you've got no knowledge, because it just makes everybody's life easier.
Yep. And there's so many different easy skills within the bag.
Yes.
You don't have to use PU for this bag, as you
No,
mentioned.
you don't. No, you don't. So if you're using quilt weight cotton, you interface the back of the quilt weight cotton. Maybe add a bit of stabiliser as well.
Is that you?
That is me. Yes, in my
Posing.
hallway. Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Thank you.
Very nice. And airy and light.
It is airy and light.
Love
So's the
that.
hallway.
Ba-dum-bum. Gorgeous. You know, I think something like a Panama or a cotton canvas.
Yes, yeah, white broderie anglaise dress on and some thongs. You know, I could be somewhere abroad. I hope to be somewhere abroad soon.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, beach bag, shopping bag,
Yes.
gym, school.
It truly is a big one. Yeah, and because it can be worn in different ways as well. So when you want a big bag, it's nice to have it on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Or if you're hands-free, you've got the adjustable shoulder strap and it comes off.
Well, that's the spending ban done with. Couldn't resist. Oh, Maureen, bless
Thank you, Maureen.
Lengths over. Lengths over. Come on. I'm back to having puddings. Watch out, everyone. Oh, it's lush. And this shoulder strap's adjustable. It's got a slider.
Yes, it does. Yes, yes.
Oh, hi, beautiful people. May I ask, is the strap large enough to use crossbody?
Yes, it is, Delia.
But also then, you can also shorten it right up if
Yeah.
you just want it on one shoulder.
Exactly.
It's still nice and secure. Oh, love it. Love it. You're loving it. You're loving it. So, physical pattern, £9.99. This is going to be one of those staple patterns.
Yes, because it's really quick to put together. If you realise, oh, excellent, I've got bagged myself a cheeky weekend. I promise you, this isn't going to take more than 2 nights to make, even if you're really, really brand new to it.
There Now, digital download. You could be sewing this afternoon. Here are the details. Same price, £9.99. Is there anything we need to print off? Is there a physical template or anything like that?
No, this is nice and easy rectangles for you.
So you don't even have to print this off. You could just keep it on your laptop or iPad.
This is an easy bag.
Great. Love it. Love it. Fab. And of course, you could make your own shoulder strap if you want to. Right, the Aqua Bundle sold out.
Thank you.
But I do still have some of the PU on its own. So let's talk about PU on its own. What does PU stand for?
Polyurethane is a guess. I think it's polyurethane. Okay. Or sometimes it's just called faux leather.
Faux leather, yeah. So this is that gorgeous blue. So it's this one right here. The kit's sold out, but if you wanted to make a second bag, Kirsty from Northamptonshire says, morning, Stuart and Lisa. The alarm went off, as promised, and I've got all the PU, particularly loving the champagne.
Oh, thank
plus
you,
the ones in the next hour.
That's so kind. Thank you. I'm sure you're going to love it.
Oh, yeah. And I love your description, actually, of the colour champagne. Loads more PUs in the next hour.
Yes. And I just wanted to remind everyone, all the PUs I sell, they're the same weight. So feel free to use this PU to make the wallet or to make a quick step bag.
Good point.
None of them need interfacing, just cut and use. So, you know, they're very easy to work with.
Message from Kate in the West Midlands. She says, gorgeous bags. I couldn't decide, so I've gone for all three. You do right.
Oh,
thank
you,
goodness
Kate.
Lisa isn't on every week. We all say that.
Yeah,
we all say that. We don't say that at all. We'd love it if you were on every week. You're particularly wonderful on a Sunday, though. If people are feeling a bit, you get everyone going.
Oh, that's a lovely
Always,
thing to say.
Always. That's the blue. Now, I'm going to let you know, I've got 15 rolls left. That's it. And way more in baskets than I've got. Now, while we're here, let's talk about the strap, the shoulder strap, because I've got 10 of these left. And this could be used on a bag you already own. This could be used on a commercial bag.
Yes, it can. Yeah, and does it go on a man's shoulder if we put it to max length? How is that on you, Stuart?
Yeah, fine. Well, I mean, I put the other one on earlier on. So I don't know what I'm trying to do.
Just as a crossbody,
Because
yeah.
There's no bag on it. I don't know what to do with it.
Oh,
But yes.
It is fine for a man.
Yes. Because actually the bag would be...
Yes.
I mean, I'll use the actual bag and I'll put it to its maximum length,
Yes.
which is too long for me.
Actually, yeah, that's
too long for me.
That's plenty.
So if you were 6'2",
Yes.
that would probably be great.
Yes.
But for me, about halfway, slightly less.
Yeah, that shows folks clearly just who it's... Yeah.
Great.
For everyone.
But then at its shortest, if I give this to you, Lisa,
Yes.
just on your shoulder,
Yeah, that's
Amazing.
a natural...
yeah. Way more if you have that in your baskets than I have available. Last few chances on the blue shoulder strap. Right, let's talk blush. These are those kind of gorgeous, warm, autumny shades. Now, we're talking PU on its own now. So we'll show you the roll and what you get. This is £17.49. So this is enough. The whole thing will make one of the cheeky weekend bags. There is a lot.
It's 135 centimetres, so, you know, you can get some floor cushions in there if you want, some placemats for the garden because they are PU.
I'm thinking as well that if I was going to make something like a small messenger bag,
Yes.
I'm going to get the messenger bag out of this. I'm going to get a matching wallet out of this.
Zip pouch as well.
And a sunglass case.
Oh, yes.
With my leftovers. A lot of value, £17.49. You can't buy this design anywhere else. This is exclusive Lisa Lamb printed PU. Now, we've all got used to plain PU.
Yes.
And we've all got very excited recently about textured PUs.
Yes.
Love those.
Yes.
But printed.
Printed.
Gorgeous printed designs.
Because then you've got the best of both worlds, because often we see the most gorgeous prints on woven fabric.
Yes.
But then we know we need to treat our woven fabric in appropriate ways with the interfacing and the stabiliser. But with printed PU, you have the best of both worlds.
And the wipeability.
Yes, exactly.
Splash-proof, waterproof.
That's right. So we can be as tough with our bags as we want and not be so precious about them.
Love that. And it gives a totally different look to even a simple tote.
Exactly.
Or book bag.
Yeah.
Zippy pouch.
That's right.
Fab. Now, we've also got the shoulder strap. in this beautiful... Now, what colour have you called this?
Toffee.
Toffee, perfect. It is kind of caramelly, toffee.
Oh,
absolutely gorgeous.
Pop
The
that on a
sheen.
cream bag.
Oh, that would be lovely. Yeah. It's almost like a chestnut gilding.
Yes. Oh, yeah, went horse riding in the New Forest in the Easter holidays.
Did you?
Oh, it was lovely.
Was it lovely?
Really nice. I've never been to the New Forest for a holiday before.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And I would definitely do it again.
Yeah. Gold metalware on all of these shoulder straps. Oh,
Yes,
saying
all
that, actually,
gold.
the blue is silver, isn't it?
Is it?
I think.
No,
it
that's
isn't.
gold.
It's gold.
It's all pale gold.
Interesting, though, how it kind of takes on the colour. This
Yes, it
looks
does.
much golder
You're
than
right.
this.
You're
but it
right.
is the same. Interesting, that. So, $9.99. That is a brilliant price. That is an amazing price.
Put that on a black bag.
Yes. Yes. Now, I was teaching a workshop once, actually, near London.
Yeah.
And one of the ladies popped out to a local fashion store and she came back all excited because they'd got ready-made shoulder straps. It was a
Yes.
bag-making workshop. Everyone was getting tired.
Okay.
And she came back all excited. They were £25 each. And half the class got up and ran and bought what was left.
For a strap.
£25 for the shoulder straps.
Really?
So this is amazing value. It was like a kind of ladies' boutique.
Yeah, I know the
kind
ones
of
you mean. Yes.
expensive shop.
Yes, I know exactly the ones you mean.
And I was
yes.
like, guys, you've
And
got
that's
the...
a bit, you know, it's a bit cheap.
$9.99. The other thing is this really does elevate any project.
It does. So, you know, it's really nice because we all love to make lots of things. I quite like the idea of making bags which are simple, so then I can start making another one. And it's the accessories at the fabric. Let them do the talking.
Absolutely. Right, last PU in this hour, certainly. Plenty more in the next. This is that gorgeous kind of pearl grey background, champagne printing. Now, interestingly, this has a matte
Yes.
surface rather
Yes,
than
it does.
shiny.
Yes. Given the choice, I do prefer matte. I think, for me, it adds a little bit more expense. You know,
Yeah,
it just
it's
looks a bit more
classy
posh
finish, isn't
for
it?
me.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's lovely. And also as well, when you've got all that pattern, the shine could detract from the pattern.
Good
so
point.
this is matte, so
Yes.
you really can appreciate all the detail. This is cranes flying over waves and sea foam.
It almost looks like nubuck from here, from where I am, which again makes it look even more expensive.
Yeah, it is. It's lovely. And your roll is 46 centimetres by 135 centimetres.
That's right, yes.
So enough to make one of the cheeky weekend bags or numerous wallets, numerous zippy pouches, makeup pouches or rolls, maybe.
I wonder if anyone dare making a mini skirt from it.
Lisa Lamb. A mini skirt.
Well, not for me, obviously, but, you know.
Or for me.
Yeah, or for...
Love it. Yeah. And you can see as well how soft and flexible it is. The fact that you
Yes.
can roll it up like that.
It really is
Easy to work with.
perfect PU for newbies. If you've never touched it in your life, honestly, of course I would say it's easy to sew with, but that is so, so user-friendly, even if you've never touched PU before.
Low single figures. Low single figures. Right, last of all, the champagne strap.
Yes.
I'm surprised we've got any of these left because this is going to go with anything and everything.
Yes,
isn't
it is, yeah.
Absolutely yummy.
White. Yeah.
Really yummy. Faux leather. You've
Yep.
got that gorgeous, strong. I love the sheen on the shoulder strap.
Yes.
Really high quality metalware too. All quality stuff. Love it. Right, okay, so those are all our elements. Now, one thing you will need to add into your basket, whether you're buying a kit, whether you're doing your own thing, you will need a couple of D-rings.
Yes, you will, yes.
And we have 2 D-rings, the perfect size, for $2.99. So they just go here on the side of your bag.
Yes, so they mean that you can clip your strap on or off.
Yeah, perfect. So just pop those in your basket, $2.99. That's in a full 1 bag. 2 D-rings makes 1 bag. Okay.
You'll also need zips.
Yes, we also need some zips. I'll grab the zips. So, very usefully, we have a pack of zips. Now you need a 50 centimetre zip for the top.
Yep, you need
and
two.
then another one for inside.
That's right, yeah.
So in this bundle, you have got 15 different colours. Will these be the actual colours you get?
Yes, they are, yes.
Oh, perfect. Great.
I always buy my zips way too long and then just cut them to size.
Me
Always.
too.
It saves money and time.
Me too. This is going to sell out. I've got 10 bundles left. So they're all 50 centimetres. You can trim them down. They're nylon zips,
Yes,
so you can
they
sew
are.
over them.
Size 3s, nylon, yeah.
Amazing. Perfect. Right, the other thing that you need, absolutely, for any bag really, is interfacing. And
Yes.
we've got a pack.
Yeah.
This is iron-on interfacing. Do we use that with the PU or with the lining?
No, it goes on the lining. It goes on the lining.
So one pack, £3.99. Is that enough to make a cheeky weekend bag?
It sure is.
I'm desperate to ask you what the elements of a cheeky weekend are, Lisa, but I didn't ask on live television.
This is a family show.
Brill, love it. Right, and also I do love the hemline interfacing. It is really good stuff.
Okay, right, shall I do some making?
Lisa's going to go and do some making. This was the year that I was going to... A year, Linda! A year to use my stash and not buy anything new. That was before Lisa gave us her weekend back. Well, there you go. Yeah. Oh, I tell you
Sorry,
what.
Linda.
Oh, but can I just say, kudos to Linda, I think, for managing 4 months. Have you done 4 months without buying anything?
Done.
I
That's
can't
like...
manage 4 days.
Keep me away from the internet. But then I don't get to watch Sewing Street every day. It's a battle.
The fight is real. The fight is real. Now, kit-wise, blues sold out completely.
Oh, thank you. Thank you,
Blush
everybody.
and champagne are low single figures. There are still a couple of kits left of each colour if you're quick. Can we just get some rough dimensions for the bag, please?
Yeah, sure. They're on the... let me just
amazing.
read them out for you.
Thank you.
Because I know exactly where they are. So, the bag is a Mahusive, 48 centimetres wide, nearly half a metre wide, by 35 centimetres tall, and the base is a nice and wide 15 centimetres depth. So it truly is a weekend bag.
Yeah.
Truly, shoes, makeup, a couple of changes of clothes.
Yeah, exactly. And you've got that lovely big security zip right across the top, so everything's secure. So even if you're travelling by train or on the bus or something like that, or on a plane, you can make sure everything's nice and secure. Fabulous.
Fits in an overhead as well.
So versatile.
But nasty EasyJet, so strict on the rules. Yeah, definitely. Love the handy pocket on the outside too. Amazing. You will need to be really, really quick though. If you want to get the physical or the download pattern, we've got those available too. The physical pattern's on screen now. You might be looking at PU that we've got later. Yes.
We've got some fabulous PUs
that would work
11.
really well for that design too, yes.
All the same weight, so you can mix and match.
Yes.
Right, you're going to do a bit of a demo for us, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
What are you going to show us?
Well, I might not focus so much on putting the bag together because honestly, it's ridiculously easy.
Hurrah.
If I don't, I'll give it a quick talk through. The things that which are maybe not as quick, shall I say, because I don't want to use the word tricky because tricky isn't really in this bag design, are the bound elements. So in this bag, I decided to bind the handles. Maybe I could have not have done, but I think it's a really nice design feature. They add strength, and they look nice. So
really smart.
I'm quickly going to talk through. If I've got, did I bring my? No. All right. Okay. I didn't bring demo bag straps. So what it is 2 pieces of PU leather, which are 1.5 inches wide, and all I've done is I've cut 2 strips of PU. And I've sewn them wrong sides together, and I've top stitched down the middle. I think it's 1.5 inches from the outer edge. So that's your 2 lines of stitching there. Shall I just move this?
Yeah.
So that's my 2 lines of stitching here. and I've made simple binding. So that's, you get a piece of quilt weight, don't need to interface it. You fold the strips that I ask you to cut in half, and then open out, and then you fold the long edges to the center crease, and then what you've made is like a book binding style binding. Then ask you to get some of this amazing...
Ah, yes.
Yes.
The double-sided tape.
Yeah, you've got buy in bulk, tuck some behind your ear, put some in your back pocket, use it all of the time. And then I ask you to add some of the tape to the side edges of the binding, and then you just add the binding to the side edges.
Do you sew it like front and back in one step?
In one step, yeah.
Oh, amazing.
I know traditionalists or those with a lot of time might prefer to do one side and then sew the other. But all I've done is, because you're using the tape, it adds more surety to the binding staying in place.
Yeah, I think I'd feel confident enough to do both sides at once.
I mean, and if you like, there's nothing stopping you from using the tape and also some sewing clips, because that's when things go wrong with binding, is that the binding begins to come away from the edge that you are binding.
Yes.
So by all means, use tape and use sewing clips, and that way it's not going to move when you sew, and you can sew with confidence.
Belt and braces.
Belt and braces, you know, prepare yourself for going to battle with, with
Love
the
it.
binding.
That's your quilter's tape. We never ever have enough stocks of these, but actually today is a good day. We have got decent quantities of this. It is flying out, but we have got decent quantities. I used this recently, actually, for the first time, Lisa.
Really?
I can't
On
believe
what?
it's taken me that long, but I was making a PU bag, and I don't think I could have made the bag without it.
Amazing.
Frankly.
So it was a revelation.
It was a revelation,
Good.
and now I want, you know, industrial quantities of it. $6.99 though, it's a good price. It's a great price. Right, thank you, Lisa. Carry on.
Welcome.
Carry on.
Okay, carry on.
Okay,
now,
carry on.
The thing that's quite cool about this bag is the bound pocket on the front. Now, I will say, I could have just simply made a traditional pocket where you get your outer fabric, you get your lining fabric, you sew them right sides together, turn them inside out. But then you wouldn't get the beautiful framing on the pocket, and then the pocket itself would disappear into the fabric. So what I've asked you to do is, to all intents and purposes, mitre border the pocket. And some of you might be thinking, what on earth is that? The quilters amongst you will most likely have mitre bound your quilts before. I myself have done it about twice. It's really satisfying. A bit of a thrill seeker experience if you've never done it before. So what I've instructed you to do is to create a faux mitred border. So I'm going to quickly talk through that. So you have the option of doing a proper faux mitre border on your pocket, or you can follow my instructions and do a faux, okay? So I'm going to quickly talk through that now. So you're going to cut yourself some binding strips, and they need to be 1 centimetre wide. We're going to pretend that on the back of this pocket piece that I have here, we've already sewn our lining fabric on wrong sides together. So you would see this on the front, and you would see the right side of the lining here.
Yes.
And you start by adding your binding to the side edges of the pocket. I'm just going to quickly pop some tape onto the right side of the pocket. I'm just going to do this quickly. It won't be as neat as if I was at home, obviously. And I'm just going to do one side because it's quicker. So this is my pocket side edge, and it's cut to exactly the same length. Now, when you are using binding, make life easier for yourself by setting the creases with steam. Because if this was not steamed and crisp, it's not going to behave itself when I want to refold the binding onto the pocket edge.
Do you ever use spray starch or starch alternatives?
I should have some, but because I don't use binding or quilt enough, I haven't got any. But I should.
Got
I
it
was
in the next
thinking
hour,
it would be-
Lisa.
oh, really? It would have been nice to have some. Okay, so I have now positioned the side binding. We're not going to sew the binding on yet. I've just positioned it, as you can see, and that's how it's looking on the other side. Now, this is where the fun comes in with your faux mitre. I've got a piece of binding here that is going to go on the top edge. And if you look closely, can you see that both ends are pointed?
Yes.
Yes. So that's
How have you done that?
I'm going to show you. Okay, so that's my piece I'm going to use in a minute. I've got a piece of binding where I'm going to show you how to create those points. So you're just going to use a piece of binding that is 1 centimetre. You're going to cut it 1 centimetre wider than the pocket top. Don't worry, this is explained in the pattern about how long this needs to be cut. And then you're going to open it up, and then you're going to fold the short edge in by 1/2 centimetre. And have I switched my iron on? No, I haven't. So I'll just get a seam roller in there. A minute. Thanks, Joe. So when we're making these points for the faux mitre top edge, we're always going to use steam to set the creases, or at least an iron if you don't know how to set the steam on this. But that's
I didn't even know how to turn that iron on
Did
when
you?
we first got it.
So pretty.
Because it has an on button.
Oh, okay.
You see, when you turned it on, that's why I came over.
Oh,
That
right.
green button on the top.
Is the on
You
button?
actually have to press it.
Okay. That's
I didn't
probably
know.
quite intelligent. I wonder if it's got auto off. I'm terrible. I'm terrible for leaving. I always have to have auto off irons. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a house to live in. You know?
I taught workshops at Festival of Quilts one year, and I was in all day, and then
Yeah.
there was a different teacher in the same classroom in the evenings for
Yes.
like twilight sessions.
Yes.
And when I walked in the morning, the room was really warm, really warm.
no.
And then as I was getting things ready, I kept on hearing this click, 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 as the irons turned themselves on or off. And they'd been on all night, and there was like 15 irons all on.
You know, think about all of the quilts in there. Everybody's. Oh no! Just let's not even.
I know.
Let's not even go there. Okay, so that's my short edge folded in. I'm now going to take the corners and fold them into the centre crease
Yep.
like that. I'm going to leave a slight gap in the middle, just a slight gap, because that's going to make it easier to refold again in half.
Oh, okay,
And I'm
yes,
going
that
to
makes sense.
set the crease. I'm going to set the crease with the iron. Arguably, sewing a real mitre corner might be faster than doing this, but then it wouldn't be if you've never done it before.
Sure.
If you know what I mean?
I think it's nice to have different
It's nice
methods
to have
that give you
options.
the same result.
Yeah, exactly, because that way I just, it's more fun when everyone can get involved. That's what I think.
So sides back into the centre.
Yes, so sides back into centre on the existing folds, and we're nearly there.
I like this. I've never seen this before.
Isn't it? I had fun figuring.
cool.
I had fun figuring it out. And the last step is just to fold everything in half again.
Yeah. And that's where having that little gap in
Yeah.
the centre just...
Makes it a bit, less bulky to fold up again. And it is that, and this is why it's so important, because you don't want everything to ping back to
We
iron
definitely
it.
need to get you some flatter.
Yes, I think,
It's a spray called flatter.
And does it make the fold just stay because it's
Yes.
starched?
Well, it's a starch alternative.
Yeah.
So it absolutely does that, but it's also beautifully scented, and it's gorgeous
nice.
stuff.
Because the old-fashioned stuff can kind of leave a bit of residue or shine.
No flakiness, no shininess.
Nice. That sounds
nothing.
like my ticket.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So what you should be left with is a nice, crisp-looking point, so that when you fit it over your existing bound, your pretendy bound side edge, it should... Oh, by the way, I forgot to say, once you've stuck this side edge binding to the pocket side edge, get a dab of glue on your finger and wipe it along the short edge of the binding to prevent it from fraying. It's just a bit of an insurance.
Oh, like that. We have got... Is that the Gutermann HQ2?
Yes, yeah.
We've got it.
Yeah.
We've got it. $5.99. These are good for
Everything.
Gluing frames, all sorts.
Everything. It is my favourite sewing glue in the world
So you use
ever.
it almost like a fray check.
Yeah, I'm just using it a bit like a fray check because it's handy, it's there, it's super strong.
Yep.
I used it to glue my earrings the other day. It's mega handy. And then
The hems of your trousers.
the hems of my
But it is washable as well, isn't it?
It is washable. You know, it's proper strong.
Yep.
You don't, like for instance, you don't want to be gluing bits of your bag and then hoping and praying that things won't come undone when you're running for the bus.
For sure.
You just want a bit of surety in your life. So before I pop this on, I've just added a bit of tape to the top. And then when you put your binding points on, you just arrange, tuck everything in.
Oh, that looks so smart.
Look at that. So you are just not going to know. That's your pretend mitered border.
Bada bing,
Bada
bada
bing.
boom.
It takes a bit of time to do because you're, doing the
worth
binding,
it.
but it's worth it. And once you've got that double row of stitching in, it looks like a, look at my pocket, please.
Well, that's it, isn't
You
it? On the
know.
actual bag, it echoes the binding on the straps.
Yes.
It's that little pop of definition. Also, I think just as a visual reference, like you need something in a hurry.
Yeah.
Where's the pocket? You can just see it more
It's
easily.
right there. You can
Yeah.
put the pocket on the back or the front, but I think the pocket is so pretty, it deserves to go on the front, really. And that's your pocket.
Grab yourself the pattern, by the way. If you get nothing else from the hour, you won't want to miss out on this brand new pattern from Lisa Lamb. It's called the Cheeky Weekend Bag. And I do love a cheeky weekend away myself, or even a cheeky night away.
Yeah.
It's,
You never know. Well,
or a
Sewing
cheeky
Street
lunch.
is my cheeky night away.
Of course it is.
You know, I come here, I bring something nice to read, I chill in my hotel.
Do you?
I
Do
don't
you bring
need
snacks?
blueberries. I'm on a health
You're
kick.
so healthy. Protein yogurt for
Yes,
breakfast.
I know.
Goodness me.
But I bought the Financial Times weekend. It's lovely. All this stuff that I can't do at home because I'm forever finding stuff for people, cooking stuff for people, washing stuff for people. So this is my cheeky night away. I love it. Right, if I have
Lovely.
time...
Grab your pattern, though. Grab your pattern.
Honestly, this is a bag you will make again and again.
Again and again.
Again and again,
Yeah.
because it is so quick to put together. Right, another thing I wanted to show you, if I have time, Stuart.
Of course you do.
Okay, right, is the zip. It's an easy zip, but you know how lately I've been making the zips from PU. Well, because this bag is so kitchen sinky, there's not enough PU to do that. So this time I've made a very similar zip from the lining. It's a very handy zip to make. You get your zip casing piece, which looks like this. You interface it. You interface all parts of the lining, and you interface by cutting the seam allowance off the interfacing pieces and then ironing them to the centre. So that's why it looks like that on the back.
One pack of interfacing is enough for the whole bag.
Yes.
$3.99. Details on screen.
So useful.
So useful.
You're going to fold your short edges 1 centimetre into the wrong side, and then you're going to fold in half, long edges together, and then just get a bit of a fingernail crease. Don't need to iron it. Just get a bit of a fingernail crease because we want to know where our centre long is. And we're just going to do the same for the short edges so that we can gauge where our centre point is. You can see that I've already sewn the casing to this side of the zip, so that's what it looks like, it's half size. But I will just show you quickly how to stitch the zip to this piece. So what you do is you're going to match the centre point of the zip to the casing, and then that way you know how long to cut your awesome double-sided tape. And then we're just going to put that on there.
It just makes the whole job, just watch your head, my love.
Sorry.
It just makes the whole job so much easier.
Yes.
I just fell in love with the ease of this tape.
And
it washes
secure.
away.
It washes away. I mean, do you ever wash your bags? I never wash my bag, unless it's a grocery tote, just a cotton. But any other, I always spot wash. But, you can wash it away. But
You don't need
I
to,
just
though,
leave
do
it in
you?
situ, to be
It
honest.
can stay in your bag.
Because
It
it's
doesn't
always
harm
hidden in
anything.
seams.
Yeah.
But, you know, I like the way that it's quick. I like the way that it's secure, and it doesn't, you know how needles and can distort your zips or, you know, when you're pinning them onto fabric.
Well, especially when you want to match up two separate casings either side.
Yes.
When you're sewing the zip, it pushes the fabric along. If it's just pinned...
Yeah, that's right. So then it's not exact anymore.
It doesn't match anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
So the tape is brill.
Right, so now that I have taped it, I can now match the long edge of the zip. Now, at this point, be very careful to match the long edge of the zip with the centre fold. We don't want any of the long edge to miss this, because we're going to, when we come to sew the zip to the casing, we're only going to be sewing with a 1/8 seam.
So this is weird, Lisa, because normally we line up a zip with raw edge of fabric. This is the centre.
This is going in the centre fold. And because I haven't got my glasses on, I can't...
Oh, do you want mine?
That's all right.
I love that.
Much to my regret.
Look, you and I, we're of a certain age.
Oh, yours bifocally.
No, mine are just, you know, look at us like a...
We're like the two Ronnies.
Oh, I can see it now. Isn't it awful?
Young everywhere else. There's just a few telltale signs. Okay, right. So now that I know that my zip long edge is sitting perfectly in the centre fold, I can just fold up my casing like this and then stitch the zip in.
So you're catching the zip
in
the folded fabric.
Yes, and we're only sewing with 1/8 of a seam. So that's why we really needed to make sure that the zip long edge was sitting neatly in the crease.
You've got to use that tape.
And that tape allows you to do that. Tape allows you to do that.
While you sew that, Lisa, I'm just going to quickly recap. I've only got my favourite PU and my favourite shoulder strap left. The kits have all gone.
Oh, thank you,
The rolls
everybody.
of crane PU have all gone. The shoulder straps have all gone, apart from these two. Rachel from Somerset says, hi, Lisa and Stuart. I missed out on the bag kit, but I've grabbed the pattern, the PU, the tape, and a bag handle.
Oh,
Lisa,
thank
your
you,
instructions are
Rachel.
brilliant and easy to follow.
That's very kind of you.
Don't forget, Lisa, if you haven't already, Rachel, sorry, your pack of interfacing and your 2 D-rings. You might have these things in your stash already, in fairness. I have hundreds of D-rings in. I bet you do too, don't you, Lisa? I always stock
D-rings,
up
yeah, I've got jars of the things.
metalware. Because it's always the same sizes, isn't it, pretty much? There's 2 or 3 sizes that we use basically for everything. Right, this PU is the only one that I have available in this hour.
Stuart, can you tell me why it's not sewing?
What do you need?
It's not sewing, so maybe the foot's not...
Oh, it's not feeding, so I think your feed dogs are down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fine now.
Thank you.
No worries. That was an easy one. I love it when people ask me easy questions. I've only got 8 rolls left. There's over 30 of you, nearly 35 of you with this in your basket. It's lush. Absolutely lush.
Well, chocolate-coloured clothing is very in the high street at the moment.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Now, the strap that we've got, this is the caramel. Are you it? Toffee, sorry. Toffee. I can't eat toffees anymore.
Why?
Every time I eat toffee, I end up having to go to the dentist.
Uh-oh, that's not great.
Yes. But this is adjustable shoulder strap. This is its shortest, so brilliant if you always wear your bag over your shoulder, but if occasionally you want to wear it cross-body, you have got so much length there to adjust to. So even if you're 6'4", you can adjust this for a crossbody. No bother at all, it's easy. And all the metalware is included. You've got your strap slider, you've got your lobster swivel clasp. The only thing you need to make sure on your bag, you might be using this for any number of bags, is that you've got some attachments, some D-rings or some O-rings, something like that. Now, I've got other adjustable crossbody shoulder straps coming up in Lisa's second hour.
Yes.
Actually, my top tip is have a look ahead, pick the tip, because we have got so many gorgeous things for your bag making. Now, this pattern will work with any of the PUs that we've got later on.
Yes.
So grab your pattern now, physical on screen. We've also got digital, if you prefer digital. And the nice thing about this pattern, there's no templates to print off.
Yeah, just read it off the screen.
Yeah. Easy. I don't have a printer at home, you see.
Mine
this is
keeps
ideal.
not working. And I need one. I have to have one. They are the instrument of the devil.
Yeah.
They're possessed.
Tortuous. I know. Well, if I need
Psychological
anything
warfare.
printing, Charlie has to do it for me now. I'm just like, I can't do it.
Yeah, I don't.
But anyway, physical pattern on screen. Digital next. So there's nothing that you need to print off. So if you want to just work from your laptop or iPad or some such, you can. Cheeky Weekend Bag by Lisa Lamb. Now, one really, really smart addition to your bag is a handmade, would you call it a badge or a decal?
Yeah,
I've got silver, first of all. Now, you get 10 of these, and you get the washers. Obviously, this is just a little decorative feature, but so smart. So, look, you get 10 of these, and they say handmade. They're good size as well. They've got prongs on the back, and you also get 10 washers. So it's literally like installing a magnet. That on the front of the bag, mark your dots, cut through, push through.
Mega easy.
That on the back. And do you push in or out?
For those, I push in.
Push in.
And then I like to put some duct tape over the metalware.
That is one of the best tips I've ever seen you give on air.
Oddest thing to have in your tool kit, but so useful for bag making. Just because it's much faster than sewing some interfacing on, and it's lovely and secure, and it's thick
Durable,
enough.
yeah.
Yes.
So you get 10 silver for £9.99.
There's one on the bag there. There's a label on the bag at the top.
Indeed, there is. This is the gold. And look, it just adds such a smart finish, doesn't it? I think it's absolutely gorgeous.
I'll put them on everything I make now.
Even like a cottage pie or a lasagna?
Well, hand-cooked. Home-cooked.
Now, I've just shown you the silver, but I've also got them in a gold colour. And who doesn't love a little bit of gold?
No.
Now, that is actually the one that's on the bag. So I'm just going to drop this down so you can see. There it is. Gold. But again, it's not too sort of yellowy in your face. It's soft, it's subtle. And you get
Pale
10.
gold. You get 10, yes.
Plus washers.
You will use them up.
Yeah, you will.
Because they can go on quilts as well, not just bags.
I love the idea, though, of adding that to a bag because it just, like, it's a very professional finish.
Yes.
To the bag. You might look at it and think, gosh, where did you buy that? But then the minute you see that decal that says handmade, you know that somebody's put time in.
And they're proud. And they're proud of it,
Yeah.
as they should be.
Yeah. Love it. I have got 12 of those sets left. That's all. Now, Lisa, we want to put out a bit of an appeal to viewers, don't we now?
Yes,
and
we
Lisa
do,
Lamb
yes.
fans in particular. Will you tell us what our little appeal is?
So,
Easy.
in my next hour, which is 11 a.m., we are, well, the studio, so I can't take any of the credit or blame, are going to choose some pictures to show on air of all of the things that you've made using my PU rolls. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's from the PU rolls that I've been bringing to air lately. If they choose your picture to show on air, I'm going to post you a nice little prize to say thank you.
Ooh. Direct from Lisa Lamb.
Direct from me, yes.
How
a
lovely.
nice little treat.
So the rules are it has to be made with a PU roll that you have bought from Lisa Lamb.
Yes.
From Sewing Street
Doesn't
from
matter
Lisa
what
Lamb.
it is. Mm-hmm.
Okay, it could be a kit, it could be that you've made something else using Lisa Lamb PU.
Yes, and put it on the fans page.
If your picture is chosen to be shown on air, Lisa will send you a little thank you gift. Amazing, love that. Okay. Now, next hour, thank you so much, Lisa.
Pleasure,
That's been
I've had
amazing.
a great time.
It's been amazing. Got another hour with Lisa at 11. Now, in the next hour, we're going to be launching a brand new book by Anna Maria Horner. It's all about quilting blueprints, and there are amazing projects. It's already flying out, so don't go anywhere. If you love colour, you love design, you'll love the next hour. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it. Or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia. Or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Well, what an absolute ray of sunshine Lisa Lamb is. I can't wait for the next hour. Shop ahead would be my advice. Now, you have already been shopping ahead for my next launch. This is exclusive TV launch of Anna Maria Horner's brand new book. It is absolutely beautiful. One of the nicest things people say about my quilting books is that they're beautiful to have on a coffee table, and that's a huge compliment. This is also a beautiful coffee table book. This is one you're going to use again and again and again for years and years to come, but also if you just want a flick through and a bit of lovely inspiring, ooh, get you in the mood, this is it. It's called Blueprint Quilting. It's brand new. We've never ever had it on air before. It's absolutely gorgeous. It is such a useful book. Now, yes, you've got 16 projects in the book, so amazing value. You know, if you think about each individual pattern, could be an individual pattern at $9.99. You're paying $18.99 for the whole thing. 16 projects. And it sort of revolves around 4 design structures, which are what she calls blueprints. But to start with, look, you've got this amazing section, I mean, hello, let me in, which will really help to build your confidence, not just with colour and how to put colours together in a quilt, but also how to work with complementary colours, with value, the lightness and darkness, the line, the sort of physical pattern, if you like, on a quilt, shape, form, space, texture. So such useful things. Principles of composition. If you've ever wondered, how do quilt designers do it? Because I'd love to be able to design my own. This book demystifies that. So this is more than just, this is how to make half square triangles, this is how to sew your seam. This is getting into kind of the depths of how to design your own projects, or perhaps why a pattern that you really love works. And once you understand the principles, well, you're halfway there. But it's all written in really easy to understand language. And then we get into Patchwork School. I would definitely sign up for Patchwork School. So this talks about how to choose your materials, your batting, your threads, your tools. So if you're a complete beginner, what a great book to start with. Marking, measuring, rotary cutting. Oh, plasters are essential sewing kit. You've also got things like your sewing machine, irons, adhesives, and then making fundamental building blocks as well. So some good, basic, simple skills. Needle turn applique, raw edge applique, bias strips, and how to finish your quilts. Then we get into the blueprints. And what Anna Maria's done, which I think is really, really clever, is she's devised these 4 blueprints. So you've got like a triptych, a cross, square, and circle. And then she's designed projects around those blueprints. But you could take those same design principles and create your own quilts from them. But you've got all of these patterns included within the book, which I think is absolutely fantastic. There's a gorgeous bag. You get the pattern for that. The sawtooth tote. This is amazing. This is such a, really, really want to make that. What a gorgeous quilt. Just divine. Terrace views. Oh, so exciting. And, you know, these design elements, the way she has designed these quilts, actually the learning curve and the takeaways from this book are phenomenal. It's not just a book with 8 quilt patterns for you to copy, you know. It's actually teaching the design elements that mean that you can go on and create your own designs, your own quilts, which I think is really, really useful stuff. This is lovely too, using a bit of hand piecing and applique. Oh, it's not a want, it's a need. Oh, did you see that log cabin? Oh, with Dresden's. I'm in love. I'm in love. That is gorgeous. What a clever design. Really beautiful. Well, grab it while you can, folks. $18.99 is a phenomenally good price. It's not even the price of 2 patterns. It's not even the price of 2 patterns. Fabulous. Now, I've got some bundles of Anna Maria Horner fabric. These would make a great starting point for a quilt. Can I start with the dark? I really love this. So, what you're getting in the bundle is you're getting 3.5 meters of Anna Maria Horner fabric. Oh, that is so beautiful. You're also getting a solid, a coordinating solid. And here's the good news, you're going to get that solid for free. So there's your second. Here's your... Oh, I was not expecting that. Wow. Wow. That is awesome. You get that, and then you get your solid as well. So there's your solid, and you get your solid completely free. That's brilliant value. 2 meters, $24.47. We'll put the book in the side graphics as well. I think this is a great offer, really great. Maybe bag making, maybe you just got the cheeky weekend bag pattern and you want to do an Anna Maria Horner version, do a bit of patchwork. Fabulous. That's lovely. So you're getting your solid for free, and you're actually going to get your solid for free in each of the 3 bundles that I'm about to show you. This is bundle number 1, gorgeous. Let me grab bundle number 2. I'm going to go for the kind of summery, pink, single figures on that first bundle already. Okay, so this is a real splash of summer colour. Ooh. Look at that. Almost like faux patchwork. I'm starting with low single figures on this one. Just be aware. You've got this amazing diagonal stripe. Oh, wow. Really cool. You've got this fabulous large-scale floral. How utterly joyful. And then you've got your solid. This is a solid white. And you're getting that for free. $24.47, low single figures. Now, I would grab things like this gorgeous gold and yellow, the mustard, maybe a little bit of cloud. Oh, it's a no-brainer, Stuart. I've bought my copy. That's Lucy in Lincolnshire. I think it is a no-brainer because $18.99 for the quilt patterns would be amazing value. The fact that you've got that big chunk of quilt school at the start, and actually not just quilt school, but Anna Maria Horner's design know-how, simplified, laid out, so that you can feel more confident about building your own quilts from scratch, or from, you know, traditional blocks that you have, but to give a completely unique look. I think it's a brilliant, brilliant book. That's a gorgeous bundle. Love that. I've only got 5 of these bundles left, though. It's a brilliant buy. They're all in baskets. Just check out, please. What a gorgeous morning's worth of fabrics. And then the third bundle that I've got, oh, this is like summery skies. Oh, Oh, you called it blue skies. So there you've got that beautiful large floral. This check is fabulous. Look at that. That is beautiful. You've also got your mid-scale floral, and then you've got your 1/2 metre of white solid. That's free, 24.47. Again, single figures. Single figures. If you are going for Anna Maria's blueprint quilting book and you fancy the idea of making, perhaps in the style of Anna Maria Horner, but you don't have any of her fabrics at the moment, these 3 bundles would be, I mean, all of these 3 bundles would work together in a quilt. You could mix them all together, or bags. Individually, you could make a wall hanging or bags. But I think they combine really well too. And while you're making that saving, why not stock up your stash? Absolutely gorgeous. The intensity of the colour is amazing, isn't it, in these quilts, in these fabrics rather. That is absolutely yummy. Absolutely yummy. Now, now, yes. So I've got some really good value backing bundles, or you could use them as like your neutral or your tonal fabric. So let's start with jade. Now, your bundle, this is Rose and Hubble Quilt Weight Cotton Solid, 3 metre bundle, £22.74. That is an amazing price, but we're going to make it even better. Under £20. That's wild. Now, while we are here, I just wanted to look. These, with the navy as well, this would make the most amazing combo. Really, really gorgeous. 3 metres. Now, it's 44 inches wide, so if you're using it to back a quilt, you might piece in 2 panels together to make the size that you want, or you might use this as your neutral. Now, you might have never thought of jade as a neutral, but I mean that with those gorgeous kind of bright, intense fabrics, you might go to your stash and find some more. Brilliant. Now, I'm going to grab Baltic next. I'm going to put the 2 side by side so you can see, because we don't often see these together. This is jade that we've already done, but we're going to do Baltic next, which is that darker tone. Now, again, this would also work absolutely beautifully. It works so well, like just those 3 together would be a stunning bag, cheeky weekend. Now, you're already making a £2 saving on this bundle, so let's just drop that price and make it $19.99. There you go, easy. So you're paying £2.74, no, £2.75 now. So $19.99 for 3 metres of Baltic. Again, 100% cotton, Rose and Hubble. I've only got teens of these bundles, by the way. Great chance to buy. Now, the last bundle that I've got, now this would go really beautifully with this bundle. Would lighten the whole thing up a little bit. Really, really cute. This is light lilac, or is it out? Is it? Yeah, light lilac. Yeah, and you're getting 3 metres. You're actually saving £2.75. Now, really, £22.74 for 3 metres of fabric is fabulous. There's really no need to discount that, but you're saving £2.75, $19.99 for the bundle. Brilliant. Brilliant. Amazing. Really good value. Really good value on all of those. Don't forget, we are launching this hour a brand new book from Anna Maria Horner. It's called Blueprint Quilting. We've never seen this before. It is gorgeous. I've never seen this book before. Have you seen this book before, Hannah? I think it's absolutely stunning. Published this year. There's 8 gorgeous projects, and they are amazing projects. But you've also got design know-how, which is going to make you feel more confident as a quilter, designing your own quilts, and getting the colours right, getting the value right. It's all of these skills. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, within the book, you have got some stuff about applique, and I love applique. I thought I had every tool I ever needed, and then Millwood brought this out. Oh, this is the big one. I do not have the small one. Oh, I do. I can grab it. I'll be right back. Right. So yesterday this was done as an early bird. And we don't normally repeat them, but in honour of me, we brought it back. Don't worry, it's not 8 a.m. It is definitely 19 minutes past 10. Okay, but this was an early bird yesterday, and we've brought it back. So this is the Millwood applique mat, or pressing mat, and it's a 2-piece combo. So what you've got is a silicone base. This is going to go on your ironing surface. It might be your wool pressing mat, it could be your ironing board, it could even be like, you know, a wooden board even. I use a wooden board for ironing sometimes. So you put that down, and it's sort of really nice kind of grippy stuff. It is kind of see-through. So if you put a quilt design, say an applique design, on a sheet under there, say for example one of Delphine's animals, you can see through the sheet. So then what you can do is you can prepare your Bondeweb applique, peel the paper backing off, you can position those pieces directly over the pattern because you can see it through the mat, and then you can iron just the applique to itself, sort of to the mat. It'll stick to the bit. Then you can peel the whole animal or whatever it is. It could be a floral wreath, it could just be an individual flower, but you can assemble it on the mat, peel it off, and then you can put your base block down and applique the whole thing in one piece. That can be so useful if you're following a very exact plan. Now you've also got what I always call the goddess sheet, which is a second thinner silicone mat. So when you're fusing, you can lay everything down here, you can put this over the top, and then you can iron. And you protect your iron, you protect your surface, you protect your fabrics. You're also protecting your fabric from the heat of the iron as well. So if you're ironing something very delicate like Angelina fibres or silk or organza or something like, the crystal organza, say for wings, butterfly wings, you can do all that with the protection of the undermat and the top goddess sheet as well. You can also use this when you're doing things like interfacing, so for bags, for dressmaking as well, when you're using fusible interfacings. Now, the price is $24.99. Yesterday's early bird price, which was a previous manager's special, was $19.99. But can we do the same again? You knew it. $19.99. So if you missed out on the early bird yesterday, you didn't watch yesterday, we're giving you a second chance. We have got a special stock in because these have been the tool that everyone needs but didn't know they needed. I never thought about something like this, but it's absolutely brilliant. I love the size as well. It's a really, really good size. Kate in Merseyside says, I love the fusing mat. I just used it to put together an applique Liberty B, and it made it so easy. A must-have. Brilliant. And I'm assuming, Kate, that was that kind of assembly on the mat as a sort of a whole piece, perhaps. As I say, I'm going to actually, if I show you what I mean, I'm going to grab up a template. So although these aren't necessarily sort of for multiple assembly, but if I put that over, can you see? So this could be within the pattern, this could be a cat, that's built up of different layers. Now, obviously, you need to get those layers built up in exactly the right positions for the applique to look right, and that can be quite a challenge if you're just trying to do it freehand. This mat allows you to see through to your pattern. You can assemble everything in situ. You can iron it all together and then peel the whole thing off. It won't stick or fuse to the mat. Now, just because you've melted the glue and it's stuck to the mat or whatever, and then it peels off, of course, it doesn't mean that it won't work again. It's not like a one-time fuse only. You can then fuse it like a whole sort of, almost like a badge to your finished garment, quilt, block, whatever you're doing. The other thing you can do, if you use something like Misty Fuse, that is like a fine... sort of like a mist of fine glue fibres, and that's used quite a lot in art quilting, where you might sprinkle, shredded fibres, Angelina, glitter, whatever, over the surface, and then you need to fuse it and then capture it. So that's when having your second sheet that you can put over the top, because there may well still be areas of your Misty Fuse or your bond web that are still exposed. Well, if you try to iron on top of that, you're just going to iron it to your iron. So your goddess sheet then means that you can fuse the whole thing together, peel this off, peel it off, and you're good to go. Brilliant stuff. And early bird / manager's special price, $19.99. Keep going through for that. Now, talking about applique, let's talk Bondaweb. Now, if you are serious about your applique, or you want to gather together with a bunch of friends and get the most cost-effective Bondaweb, maybe you are part of a quilting group or sewing group, WI, and you want to buy it and then redistribute. It's a great buy. So in here you're getting 30 metres. This is actually a commercial roll. This is the kind of thing you get in the shop. So you get 30 metres. It is 45 centimetres wide, and you actually get a whole bunch of leaflets inside the box as well, because these are really produced for shops. But like I say, if you wanted to club together with, say, 6 friends, or 5 friends rather, so there were 6 of you, you could have 5 metres each of the Bondaweb. And actually 5 metres of Bondaweb, gosh, I could use in a weekend. And I think Delphine could too. Really good buy. I've only got a handful of these left. Now, $117.99, if you divide that between 6 of you, is a pretty reasonable price and a very cost-effective way of buying Bondaweb. Let's just do the maths for you. If it was $117.99 divided by 6 friends, so for under £20, you can have your 5-metre roll of Bondaweb. Brilliant price. Brilliant price. It's also a really useful thing to have if you run a quilt group. Okay, that's your 30-metre roll. Now, if you do a lot of applique, but you don't want to run to the whole big roll, this is our most popular roll. Now, this is a 5-metre piece. However, I just want to point out that this is not equivalent. Okay, this is 30 centimetres, so this is 2/3 of the width. Now your 5 metres here is £23.99. Now keep in mind, 5 metres of this, and it's the third wider, is under £20. But you might need to club together with friends to buy that. I just want to kind of give you the options. It's good to know the math sometimes, isn't it? But you get 5 metres in length, 30 centimetres wide, and you get your instructions on how to use it. Okay, for £23.99, but still a very cost-effective way of buying Bondaweb. I would be ringing round friends right now saying, do you want to go in on a big roll of Bondaweb with me? £20. £20 and you're in. £20, you're in. Are you in? Let's do it. Let's do it. Gosh, if you did charge everybody £20, you'd end up making a little profit. I didn't say that. Right, or if you just want a bit of Bondaweb for one project, this is 17.5 centimetres, okay, by 1.2 metres, 120. So it's a long strip for £2.99, which would be enough for maybe, well, it's hard to say, really. It's hard to say. It depends how big your piece is. But remember that you can, if you like, splice 2 pieces. If one of your patches, one of your applique pieces was bigger than 17.5 centimetres, you could splice 2 bits together. Just butt the edges up, don't overlap them. £2.99 for that. Okay. Can we do the gridded interfacing? So, I gave Hannah a job earlier on, but she hasn't done it. So I'm going to give you a moment now, Hannah, to look on Pinterest and find the Tilda floral quilts. Because there's about 3 or 4 of them now that Tilda have designed. They're all free patterns, okay, but they rely on little squares, almost like a cross-stitch chart quilt of like a floral bouquet. They've done some beautiful ones. And what you need is this stuff. This is gridded, 1-inch gridded interfacing from Vliseline. And it's fusible on one side and you have a grid on the other. Now, you can do your squares this size, or you can do them 4 by 4, that size, or you can do 3 by 3, that size. So you don't have to do tiny squares. But, I mean, it really comes into its own. And what you do is you cut your squares out, and then on the fusible side, you lay your squares down and you position them. And you can cut smaller pieces. It could be a 12-inch square that you cut out, and you lay all your squares down. And then, now ideally, if you've got one, this is when you're going to grab your goddess sheet from your fusible, okay? Lay that over the top and then iron. If you haven't got this, you could use something like greaseproof paper and iron, okay? Then what you do is you work from the other side, the gridded size, and you fold along one of the lines. Okay, so the fabric will be inside and its right sides together. And then you sew your seam allowance through the fold, okay? And then open that up, fold the next one, sew, fold the next one, sew. So you end up with, it almost looks like a kind of dress shirt kind of thing from one side. Then you do it in the other direction and you've got the grid. Let's show you the quilts. These are so beautiful. There's a few different designs. How fabulous. Look, that's one of them. This one's my favourite. These are free patterns that you can get from Tilda's World. Okay, but you really, really want to be using this grid for them. Also, another thing, if you wouldn't mind, Hannah, is if you just look for pixel quilt. So basically, any cross-stitch chart can be used to create a quilt, or even like a little motif would be gorgeous, maybe a bag front or a block in a quilt. Or you can find these pixelated quilts, and these are all done. Oh, Betty White. Let's look at Betty White. Red background. Look, you could do your very own Betty White quilt. You can do Michelangelo's David. You could do that colour burst. That's nice. I like that. You can do simple ones like the flamingo. The scissors are cool. I like that. We've got Groucho Marx. Is that Benedict Cumberbatch? I say. I know Lynn Goldsworthy did a massive pixelated quilt of RuPaul. Of course she did. There's Vincent van Gogh. A lion. Love that. It's so cool, aren't they? Is that Doctor Who? There's Doctor Who, yeah. Ah, brilliant. David Tennant as Doctor Who. Really cool. These are pixelated quilts. This is the magic stuff. This is the magic. Is that Patrick, what's it? Patrick Stewart. He actually went to the school next door to Deputy Jones' school, and he used to be in school plays, and Deputy Jones used to go along and watch him in school plays, and I'm sure she said to him at the time, "You're going to go far," and she got a signed programme from him, and she knew he was going to be a big star, and I think she actually owns a costume that he wore. Brilliant, brilliant. But he went to school in Hull. There you go. Who knew? Right, that's the gridded fleece-line interfacing. Really, really good stuff. Really good stuff. Right, next up. Yes, we've got some H630 and H640. Now, these are pre-cut 1 metre pieces. So if you multi-buy, they'll come in separate pieces. Now, I'm going to unpackage both of them, and I'm going to show you them side by side, because one of the hardest things to ever see on the internet is, you know, comparing, well, what is the difference? Because at first glance, it's like, well, it's just white, fluffy stuff, isn't it, really? That's what that is. But let's open it out. So this one first on the left-hand side is H630. So this is the one that we probably see less often, but actually I think is super useful. This is a thin, fusible volume fleece. So it's got a volume fleece. It is a polyester, thin polyester batting, like a quilt batting. And you can see the relative thickness there. And I will compare this with H640 in a second. So it's pretty thin. And on one side, you've got the fusible dots, just like on interfacing. And then on the other side, it's just kind of fluffy. Now, this stuff is absolutely brilliant for quilted clothing. So things like, you know, jerkins, waistcoats, jackets, kimono-style jackets, that kind of thing. I know Sew Girl do a gorgeous quilted jacket. H630 is brill for that. It's also really, really good for things like mug cozies, bottle bags, things where you want a little padding, but not too much. And also, if you wanted to do like a quilted sort of Chanel style bag, and you wanted to use PU, and you wanted to use some wadding, what you don't want to do is use quilt wadding or H640, because it really is too thick, combined with PU. So you need a much thinner version that's still going to give you some padding and some loft, so you still get a quilted effect. That's H630. Now, if I keep this here for a second, and I'm going to grab the H640, and I'll show you them side by side. So H640 is the same principle. It's a volume fleece, and it's fusible on one side. But if I grab the two and put them side by side, okay, So here on the left, this is H630, and this on the right is H640. And you can see it's basically double the width, okay? So this could add quite a lot of extra thickness to a quilted jacket, still completely suitable for quilted clothing, but it is going to give you much more. I know it only looks thin, but it's going to give you much more of a winter weight coat or jacket. This is going to be much more something you could wear around the house, thinner layer, spring, autumn. I also use H640 a lot in wall hangings because the polyester gives a nice structure. So for a wall hanging where I want it to hold nice and square and true, the polyester is going to actually hold it. It's more structured. It's also really quite useful in bags where you want a bit of soft padding, a bit of soft structure. So quilt wadding will give padding but no structure. Your bag will be floppy. Whereas with H640, your bag will have that padding, but because it's polyester, it will also have more of a structure, so it will stand up better. I hope that's given a bit of a tour of what H630 and 40 are. Pre-cut, 1 metre. If you multi-buy, they'll come as separate pieces. But perfectly easy to splice if you need a bigger piece. And because it's fusible, I wouldn't bother with a fusible tape or stitching. All I would do to splice layers together, splice pieces together, is I would do my usual thing. I'm going to have to use the H630 because I need a separate piece, but it would be 2 pieces of the same. And what you would do to splice it is you're going to have your first piece there. Your second piece you want to slightly overlap, about 1 inch, 1.5 inches. Then you're going to use a pair of scissors and you want to cut, not a straight line, but a gently wiggly line. Just a gently undulating line through both layers. Then remove your little bit of waste from the top, your little bit of waste from the bottom, and the two should just nest together. This wavy line will make it imperceptible. And then because it's fusible, you can just lay your backing fabric or your top fabric on top and fuse. And that is enough. Once you've quilted it, it will be perfect. You don't need to stitch it together. You don't need to use batting joining tape either, because this is a fusible wadding. So grab some, and if you've never tried either of them before, grab a metre and give it a whirl. So that's H630, that's H640. Right, my really big roll of Bondaweb. Have you all been ringing round your friends? Are you in? £20? £20. I've only got 3 of these left. So 5 metres of this Bondaweb is costing under £20. It's 45 centimetres wide. You get 30 metres on the roll, which means you could split this with 5 friends and have 5 metres each. Thanks for the comparison, Stuart. Really useful. Maybe it could be one of the Sewing Street Sewing School videos. Karen, that's a really good suggestion. I haven't filmed my Sewing School videos yet, so note to self, I'll forget. Hi, Stuart. Can I ask? I have some needle cord fabric. Would H630 be best to use for some extra padding? Thanks, Margaret. Well, good question, Margaret. What's it for? Are you doing a jacket, a waistcoat? Is it maybe for a bag? If I was using it for clothing, if it's like a fine needle cord, I'd probably go H630 because you've got a reasonably thick fabric in the needle cord. Your H630 will add a bit of soft padding. It's going to be really nice for a jacket you could wear, well, pretty much all year round. Yeah, really nice. Like the sound of that. Okay, keep going through for your Bondaweb. Now, flatter. I was mentioning this earlier on to Lisa Lamb. we were talking about firm creases, good pressing on your binding, but also on your patchwork. Let's start with Pineapple Grove. This is Pineapple Grove. You get 248 mil or 8.4 fluid ounces. It is aerosol free, it's pump action. This is the one I've currently got in my studio. It's delicious, and you're making a big old saving there, £13.99, £6 saving on flatter. Now, you're going to use this, so first of all, when you buy fabric off the bolt and it has that big strong crease down the middle and possibly creases, you're going to spritz the fabric all over and then iron it. You get rid of those creases. If you've pre-washed your fabric and you want to get the handle of new fabric back, spritz it with flatter. One fine spritz is enough. You don't need to go in with a heavy layer. You don't need to go back and repeat. If you've got lots of scraps that have been screwed up and bundled into drawers for months, years, decades, get them out, spritz them with this, let them sit for a moment or two, and then iron them. They'll be good as new. If you're doing dressmaking and you're turning up a hem, if you're doing bag making and you're turning a hem and you want it to hold really crisply, spritz your fabric, turn the hem and press, and it will hold beautifully. You can also use this for starch and press applique, where you're turning over an edge with an iron and iron in a nice crease. This is perfect for that too. So it's a real all-rounder. You can also use this to, when you're doing your regular ironing of clothing, I often use this on things like collars and cuffs or on button stands, just to get a really nice, crisp, long-lasting finish as well. And it smells beautiful. This is like a sort of tropical holiday without the jet lag. One of my favourites, that. Can we do fig next? I always have to have a little sniff of the fig is so, oh, yummy. It is that kind of rich, almost like baked figs. So it's that kind of honeyed sweetness of figs. Really gorgeous. Fig, mascarpone, goat's cheese, thyme, mushrooms on the top of a pizza. Yes, please. Yes, please. £13.99. You're saving £6 again. Roasted figs are beautiful. Even if they're not very ripe, if you roast them with a bit of honey, walnuts, feta cheese, few pomegranate seeds, absolutely luscious. Don't do that with this though. This is strictly for fabric only. You can also, as well, if you want to just give like pillows a quick freshen up, you could just give them a very light spritz with this as well, and it just freshens your pillows. We launder our clothes far too much, all of us. We wash clothes that aren't dirty. It wears them out. You're much better off a little spritz of flatter, a little freshen up with your iron or a steamer if you've got one, and you can really, really save on washing. Beautiful stuff. Right, that's that. Next up, lacy. Lacy. What does lacy smell of, Hannah? What does lacy smell of? To me, lacy smells like a casual summer wedding where the bride carries like a bouquet that's got like wildflowers and daisies in it, that kind of thing. It's that sort of fresh country air and a beautiful kind of soft, gentle floral. £13.99. I've got one left. I've got one left. It doesn't smell of bootlaces. It's not that kind of lacy. Yummy. Really like that one. Next up, I've got yuzu. Now, I wear a yuzu fragrance. Oh, now this smells like a really expensive spa. So the type of thing where you're getting, you know, like a shoulder massage and it's £250. I've never had that, by the way. Yuzu is a Japanese fruit, isn't it? It's a bit like a grapefruit. So it's got that sort of zesty, fresh citrus smell to it. But it's more sophisticated than that. It's deeper. It's like a yuzu fragrance, perfume, you know. It's complex. There's florals in there as well. 13.99 again. And these bottles go on and on. If you think I go on, these bottles go on even longer. And then last of all, I know some of you don't like fragrances or heavily fragranced things, or you're gifting and you don't know what someone else would like. This is the scentless. This is the scentless. So it still does the amazing job of creating beautiful, flat, pristine fabrics. You can also use this on your block. I often use this on blocks, especially if they've got lots of seam allowances and that potential kind of bumpy, bulky centre. I will piece the block. I will basically press it flat. I'll get my seams open and give them, and then I'll go in, I'll spritz maybe that centre seam, let it sit just for a moment, and then give it a good iron, maybe a blast of steam, and then if you've got a wooden clapper, on top, and leave it. The combination of flatter, steam, and the wood block, perfect, flat as a pancake. Really worth trying. Now, I showed you some big bundles of backing fabric earlier on, amazing value, 3 metres, under £20. I'm going to open one. Which one would you like me to open? We should have a vote. We should have a vote. Jade's one. I'm going to need someone to come on. Are you coming on? This is £19.99. It should be £22.74. And you're getting 3 metres. This is 44 inches wide. And you get 3 metres, which is a huge amount of fabric. Now, I'm just going to... Don't let go, Hannah. Don't let... There she is. Stop hiding. Hasn't she got a lovely jacket on today? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Such a lot of fabric here for under £20. 100% cotton. It's from Rose and Hubble. Thank you, Hannah. It's a lot of fabric. It's our normal Rose and Hubble. Now, for example, you might have made my Sierra Nevada quilt. You might have made my New Mexico quilt. And you might be at the stage where you need to back it. This would work brilliantly. Either of the quilts, the Jade or the Baltic, would work absolutely brilliantly with either of those quilts. Oh, missed you, Stuart. You have such a relaxing voice. Thank you, Julie. Thank you. Are you trying to get some sleep, Julie? Oh, no, that's really nice. Thank you. I bought Flatter Fig by accident, and what a happy accident it turned out to be. Love it, and the feel, smell. It is gorgeous. The fig is just... Tracy says Flatter is amazing. Great for ironing clothes before travelling. Very little creasing, and they smell delicious. That's a really good idea, actually. That's a really good idea because, yes, iron them, let them hang maybe ironed, and then fold them up in your suitcase. Great idea. There's that trick, isn't there, about hanging them up in your bathroom when you have a hot, steamy shower, just to relax in your wrinkles. I don't think you'd even need to do that if you use Flatter. Brilliant travel tip. Love it. And I've never found the steam in a bathroom's really done the trick. I must admit, I travel with a steamer. I take my steamer with me, and then it is such a quick and easy way just to... Did you like the noise? That was the noise of my steamer. If you ever hear that in a hotel, you'll know I'm staying there. Thanks. Always wondered what the difference between H630 and H640. Much appreciated. Derek, it is my pleasure. Sometimes it's just being able to see them next to each other, isn't it? You just cannot tell from the picture on the website. Loads of you coming in for this. In fact, all of my stock is spoken for. Just check out your baskets, won't you? Right, now, wool pressing mats. I've got a bundle. You can buy them separately, but if you buy the two together, you're actually going to make a saving. Now, these are both Millwood wool pressing mats, and you've got the square. This is 12 inches square, double-sided, of course, and then you've got the rectangular, which is 11.5 by 16.5, and in this bundle, you're actually getting both. Now, the combined price should be best part of £45, but buying them together, you get them for under £40, $39.98. These are beautiful quality, really long lasting, and do make sure you use both sides, won't you? Because it's easy to get into the groove where you just keep using one side, but you can, of course, flip them and use both sides. Very useful for taking to workshops and classes. Really good size as well for when you're pressing your blocks or for dressmaking, because you get such a crisp press on a wool pressing mat. Fabulous. Hannah, are we doing individuals or... We'll do individuals as well. So the 12 by 12, I have both of these in my studio actually, and they are so useful. I quite often have this one on my ironing board. And the reason why is because when I'm ironing stuff, sometimes you want like the softness of the ironing board, but sometimes I need firmness. This is ideal. £19.99 for the 12-inch square wool pressing mat. £19.99. And then I've got the rectangular. Now remember, this one's 11.5 inches by 16.5 inches. This is £24.99. So combined price of just about £45. Now, just to remind you, if you want to make a saving, £5 saving in fact, go for the bundle. You get both. You get both. You save £5. It's $39.98. Now, yesterday, the early bird was the Millwood applique mat. We have brought it back just for today because it is one of my absolute favourite tools, and I didn't know I needed this until Millwood invented them, and then suddenly I was like, how have I lived without this? Delphine, I know, feels exactly the same way. I think Sandy Milichip Masuki might be a fan as well. I'm seeing her tomorrow. She's on, I'm on, Vix is on tomorrow, so make sure you join us. But this is the Millwood pressing mat. It isn't normally under £20. This is a very special price. You've got your silicone base layer. You can easily see patterns through this to fuse directly to the mat and then peel off. You've also got your silicone goddess sheet that goes on top, so you can trap layers between, protect your iron from fusibles, protect your ironing board. It's £20 well spent. It really is. And it is our special early bird / manager special price. Can I mention really quickly, while we're talking early bird, our early bird from today? Do we have any left? Okay. We will grab it at 12 as well, but I just want to mention our early bird today is 100 Schmetz needles. Have a look on the website. We'll have it at 12 o'clock as well. I just wanted to mention it while we were talking early birds. Okay. Anything else? The book. Yes. So we have been looking today at Anna Maria's Blueprint Quilting book. I'm just in awe. I love Anna Maria's style. And there are some amazing quilts in this book. This is called the Time Travel Quilt. Really beautiful. I love the way Anna takes what are very traditional units and blocks sometimes and makes them look completely fresh and reimagined. This book has 8 beautiful quilt projects in it, fully patterned, but far more than that, she teaches us design know-how that means we can all feel more confident with our quilt design and colour design and making things work, making quilts which will look beautiful and will work for us. It works around 4 blueprints that you use as a base for your design and then fit your blocks into that. It's very, very clever and a brilliant price at $18.99. Some stunning quilts in there. Love that. Right. I think we need to go for a little break because after the break, there's going to be no breaks at all for the full hour. Lisa Lamb is back and she has brought the show we asked her for, which was, please can you bring rolls of PU and gorgeous metalware and gorgeous shoulder straps and handles that we can mix and match and create our own kits. She's done it. You've already shopped. My goodness me, you have. I'll see you after the break with what we have left. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Right, Lisa Lamb is back. Welcome back.
Hello.
Oh, thank you so much for doing this show. This is the one we
Oh,
want.
I'm having a great time.
You have really outdone yourself this time. We have got the most amazing printed PUs, but I need to let you know that half the stock of these is gone.
What?
This is brand new. Look, it's patchwork. This is PU. It is not just patchwork, but it's got like a sort of stitched print on it. How cool is
It's been
this?
quilted. Quilted.
Look, I absolutely love that. That's so cool.
Millions of colours.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's so much fun. And of course, you can use things like you've got some gorgeous handles. I mean, this is coming up. We've got loads of good stuff to go with. Do I need to use a special needle when I'm sewing PU?
All of the PUs that I stock, a 90 universal needle.
Amazing.
90, or if you haven't got a 90, 100 will be fine.
Perfect. Absolutely brilliant. Well over 30 of you have this in your basket. You get the whole roll. It is 46 centimetres wide by 135 centimetres long. If you're making the cheeky weekend bag,
yes,
is that enough?
Absolutely.
They're all the same width.
Yes,
they're all the same length.
Yes. Oh, binding, that's going to be so much fun.
Absolutely beautiful. We've got so many to look through. I'm going to go as quickly as I can, but I have to unpick. Can I get you unpicking that one, please? Yeah. Just to get the... I'm useless at things like this. I can't do it. I'm just going to have to slide it off. Right, here's the next one. Ooh, I really like that. Really like that. So that's almost like strips.
Strip piecing, yes.
Strip piecing sewn together.
Strip piecing.
Absolutely delish. £17.49. Over half of this has already gone on pre-order. I'm just going to across.
I can see what
because
you're up to.
Look, shoulder strap.
Oh, pop.
Pop of red. This is coming up. But this is what I mean. Mix and match, design your own, be inspired by the raw materials, if you like, and put it into your favourite bag pattern. Absolutely flying out. Soft and flexible, easy to sew.
Really easy to sew. So
Really
friendly.
easy to sew. So that one is our turquoise. Perfect piecing. It is perfectly
They're my
pieced.
favourite colours, aquas and turquoises.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
And then we've got tiles, and this is kind of champagne and great. Oh, that is really lovely. That is gorgeous. Look at that.
That's Mediterranean, alfresco dining.
Very much so. Very much so.
Or even, as someone said, Victoriana parlour. Someone
yeah,
said.
really nice. Cheeky weekend bag in the corner. I'm going to just pop these brown faux leather handles here. Really nice. You see, a really simple tote bag.
The simpler
From
the
back box to
better.
corner, you're done.
The simpler the better. Just let the fabric be the star of the show.
Sew your handles on. You are done. You are done. Absolutely beautiful. Same again, 17.49. We've also, let me just grab this. That, I think, goes absolutely beautiful. There's your shoulder strap in that soft fawn.
It looks like they were created together, but no.
Good. Really inspiring too. Right. So those are our first, like, sort of patchwork style. We've also got holographic. Now, you've got a bag made in this, haven't you?
So I think this was the first of the series of the PUs that I've been bringing to you. And, yes, she was very popular. The quick step tote.
Ooh, that is really lovely. So you've got your roll of PU here. Same size, 46 centimetres by 135 centimetres. I have literally got 10 of these rolls left. This is holographic. It's really smart. Really smart. And that's using the black sew-on handles that I showed you just literally a moment ago. So the two combined, brilliant.
Yes.
Now, Lisa, earlier on we put out an appeal asking for viewers to send in pictures.
Amazing.
And if you get your picture shown on air today, you get a prize from Lisa.
I'm gonna send you a nice
in
gift.
this hour, you get a prize. We'll show you the first. This is Lorraine's bag. Oh, what do you think?
Oh, look at that. A lovely crossbody, elevated.
Really?
Elevated.
Yeah.
Well done, Lorraine.
That is
Thank you.
beautiful. Love that PU. Well done, Lorraine. You'll be getting a little special prize from Lisa Lamb. Amazing. Okay, right, that's the holographic. That has now sold out.
Oh.
That has sold out. Okay. Thanks, Lisa.
Pleasure.
Let's do the handles, actually. Actually, hang on to it, if you don't mind. We'll show you the handles.
Yes.
So this is black. So Lisa's used the black, and they are also PU, aren't
Yes,
they?
they are. Yeah. I don't do real leather.
I really love how you've stitched these on. Can you see, like crisscross?
Yeah.
Yeah, like laced up. Now, the holes are just parallel holes. So you can do a back stitch or
Yeah,
a
you can
double
do a
running
straight
stitch.
stitch. Yeah, you can. Sort of have a bit of fun with
Love
it.
that.
Yeah, yeah. Why not?
Really cool. So you get a pair for £9.99. What's the length? Oh, 60 centimetres. There we go. So just to give you an idea, that is still over your shoulder length. And I have fairly hefty shoulders. So
Strong shoulders.
Strong shoulders.
Powerful
Strong.
shoulders.
They're really not. They're just hefty. So that's the black for £9.99. These are faux leather, aren't
Yes,
they?
they are.
These are faux leather. And then we've also got the same thing in this gorgeous rich chestnut brown. Same idea. You've got the same holes punch.
Yes,
So you
yeah.
don't need to use a special needle for these to sew them on.
No, just a strong hand sewing needle is all we're going to need.
What thread do you use or like to sew on?
I just use embroidery floss.
Do you?
I don't separate any of the strands. I find embroidery floss is perfect.
So 6 strands together.
Yeah.
This works really nicely actually with the Spanish tiles PU. I'm going to grab that out again
Yeah, this would make a lovely tote like that one, the quick step.
Would.
It would really well, because it's made from squares.
And look, there's your combo
that's
with
so
the
smart.
brown leather handle, faux leather handles. That is just gorgeous. But a clutch bag, a purse.
Yes.
The scale actually works with large projects or really small ones.
Yeah, I intentionally made it, because if you wanted a small pencil case, it's a shame to lose parts of the pattern. So it works equally with big bags or something a bit smaller, like a makeup case or...
Yeah, wash bag, something like
yeah.
that.
This would be a nice man's wash bag, I think.
Yes, it would.
Don't you think?
Yeah, totally. Totally. Yeah, it's really smart. Be quick, though. It's flying out. The handles, too. Right, so that's our a few PUs. Yes, let's do embossed PU. Yes, I do. So these are embossed with Lucky Clover.
Yes.
We have the red bag actually made in... Let's start with red.
Yeah. So this is the Juno. This is the Juno bag. There, so that's featuring that.
Gorgeous. So we've got the Clover embossed PU in poppy red. So this is, you can sort of feel it's not just printed, it is properly embossed. But again, this roll of PU is enough to make the cheeky weekend bag.
Yeah, because all of the rolls are exactly the same size. Yeah. 46 by 135.
Fantastic. So if you've got a favourite bag pattern and you just want to give it a fresh look, get yourself a roll of PU and maybe, while we've got them, the shoulder strap that goes beautifully with, really nice. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. That's your PU in poppy red, Lucky Clover embossed. While we're here, let's do that handle. Well, it's a shoulder strap. And you've got your strap slider, you've got your swivel clasps attached. So all you would need to do on your bag is to add some D-rings.
Yes. 1 inch wide is nice.
Yeah. Fab. So...
And the strap's long enough to go across body. It's 130 centimetres max length.
Perfect. Yeah. Gosh, that's a really good price too. $8.99. You can easily pay $8.99 for the hardware.
Easily.
Without the strap.
Yes, that's right.
Can't you?
And you don't have to make it.
Yeah, I know. Really lovely as well if you've got a favourite bag that you just want to give a fresh look to.
Exactly,
Zhuzh it up.
exactly. I think the thing about straps and bag making is straps will naturally add 4 layers on, boom. So if your machine isn't quite, or you just can't be bothered, I think that's the thing that puts strap making off, is you've got to work out how things aren't going to be bulky.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's done for you here.
Yeah.
And it's a real quick finish. Lovely. So that's the red. Let's do the chestnut brown. Okay. Chestnut brown next. Gorgeous colour. We've called it tan. We've called it tan. And we do actually have one in particular shoulder strap that would go really nicely with that, which I'll grab in a sec. So 1749, very, very, very busy for everything actually, but this is very busy. Really sort of lovely, classy, goes with anything colour.
Yes, yeah. All seasons.
Yeah. I mean, that with white. Ooh, on
Yeah,
holiday.
exactly. White dress, tan sandals.
Gorgeous, yeah.
Very,
it's really timeless.
Yeah, yes.
And easy to sew with. And really easy to cut.
Yeah, oh, of course, yeah. Really easy to cut. You can use your fabric scissors, absolutely fine.
Yeah, rotary cutter as well.
Yeah, I always use rotary cutter, yep.
Do you mind just grabbing the shoulder strap, the far one? Thank you.
go.
So this is the shoulder strap
Oh.
I put
Yes, agree.
with this. That is, yeah, that again is the tan shoulder strap. $8.99. The other thing as well is, you know, perfect for men's bags as well.
Yes. And the thing is, if you wanted to keep it really basic, maybe you're making for charity, or you are in a super hurry, there's nothing stopping you from making the simplest tote bag, magnetic snap. Let's just say you haven't got any other hardware. D-rings, that, lining. You've made a bag in an evening, but it doesn't look, it looks like it took a lot longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. No, I think these are fab. And the thing is, I stash these. I stash these. I've got boxes full because when I want to make a bag, I've always got fabric.
Yeah.
But if you want to get PU in your stash, now is the time to get it. Such a brilliant opportunity. Right, that's that. Last of the Lucky Clover embossed is black. Can't go wrong.
You cannot go wrong. And I think the fact that it's embossed, it looks expensive. It's unusual.
Yes.
I mean, the embossed PU is unusual because I've been doing this for way too long. So I know what is available. So when I come to Sewing Street, I always try to bring things which are unusual. And I think that really does have an edge. I've seen this made into lovely things on the...
No, it's lovely and really soft and flexible. Don't think this is sort of hard and unwieldy to sew. Now, lovely message from Simone on the Isle of Man, who says, what a lovely start to my day. I'm off sick from work. Oh, boo. Oh. Get well soon. But lovely Stuart and the talented and glamorous Lisa to keep me happy.
Oh, bless you, Simone. Thank you. I hope you get well soon.
Yeah, get well soon, definitely. But stick with us. We'll try and bring a bit of sunshine. That's the black. Now, we've also got black shoulder strap that goes with this, haven't we?
We might.
As it happens. I mean, that is a no-brainer, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
The black, the tan, the oyster. I mean, they're all no-brainers for me, really. I'm really into them. £8.49. I've got 9 of these left.
Oh, wow.
They all have gold hardware with them.
Yes.
Strap slider, swivel clips. You just need to make sure you've got a couple of small 1-inch D-rings to put on your bag. More in baskets than we have. Be quick on that one. But I'll pop that to one side. We need to move on. Now, love, love, love this kind of woven embossed. Now, I've got 2 colours here, but we possibly have 3. Right, yeah, no, we've got 2. Right, let's do, chocolate first. So this is chocolate. This is like the tan we've just been looking at, in fairness.
Yes.
So the tan shoulder strap goes really, really
Marriage
nicely.
made in heaven.
Yeah, it's worked really well. But black and tan together look really gorgeous,
Always,
don't they?
yeah. A classic.
Yeah.
And this truly does look like it's woven. I mean, even when you put your finger underneath the fabric, you're almost expecting to see gaps from where it has been woven, but it's embossed.
That's gorgeous.
Looks really expensive and
Could
unusual.
you use this to make a faux leather belt?
Oh, nice.
I'm just
yeah,
thinking,
you absolutely
you're a
could.
dressmaker.
Yes, yeah. You can get that, you know, that waistband stuff that Vilene does. You know, that interfacing that you put in waistbands.
Bunt fix. That'll fix your
yes, you
bunt.
will.
Certainly that won't fix mine.
Get your bunt in gear. And then pop some eyelets in and a buckle. Yeah, you could, definitely.
We like. Kate says, Lisa has outdone herself today with stunning new PU fabrics. I got the blue cranes plus all the hardware and fab. Sorry, I wasn't quick enough. And fab straps, brilliant. Yeah,
oh, thank you, Collector. Bless your cons. Thank you very much.
If you got the cheeky weekend bag earlier...
Oh, my goodness.
Can you imagine?
That's a different look all over. And for a man.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, true enough.
Yes.
True enough.
A city break.
You got your cheeky weekend bag with you?
No, where did it go? Don't know
We'll
where
see
it
if we
went.
can find it. But that would be a totally different look.
Yeah,
almost
nice
like a sort
idea.
of like a mulberry sort of
a mulberry
day bag.
Yep.
Very nice.
Maybe a working holiday.
Oh, it's there.
Oh,
It's right in front of
thank
us. Sorry, Dan.
Yeah, good shout, Stuart. Yeah.
That would just be so classy.
Yes, hers, his.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. A lovely work bag. Gorgeous. Right, that is chocolate. Okay. We've also got aubergine, which, I mean, that is absolutely gorgeous. What a fabulous colour. Really deep aubergine or eggplant.
Yes.
Very smart. Almost like if you want to do colour, but you want to do kind of really deep, classy colour.
Yes. I mean, I'd even make an outdoor cushion out of that.
Oh, that would be nice.
You know, to go on your outdoor garden furniture.
Yeah, yeah.
We invested a reasonable... Because we've never had any before, we were so excited to get some. We got some nice garden furniture last year, used it all for 2 weeks. Because the weather was rubbish.
Yeah, but this year's been great. So
The thing is, though, I was moving the cushions in and out of the house because it was constantly raining. And I thought, OK, because we've got bean bags which are waterproof. I thought, next year, waterproof cushions, because I'm not...
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally agree. If you were going to make handles or straps out of these...
Yes.
I
wouldn't be doing the 4-layer method.
No, I'm thinking that the same.
No, I'd cut my strap double the width, draw a line down the centre, the long edge centre.
Yeah.
Use your magic wonder tape, and then fold the long edges to the centre, butting them really, really close.
Yeah.
And then 4 lines of top stitching. Do I have an example to show you?
Now, next up, we have got Deb. Deb has sent in some pictures.
Ooh.
I spotted these earlier on and I was blown away. Deb, you've got some skills.
Oh, wowzer. So that's the wallet. The bag is yum.
That is yum.
That's very posh. OK, so how many people have asked you where you bought your set from?
Right.
Where did you buy that from? Bingo.
Yes, I totally agree. Honestly, Deb, we're all very, very impressed with that. It's beautiful. Beautiful. And really nice photography, actually.
Yes.
That could go in your
Would you
book.
mind doing my... Can I commission
Could you,
you?
Deb?
Can I commission you, please?
Me.
Get in the queue.
Lovely. Single figures on the aubergine faux leather, by the way, the embossed. Right, then I've got some ones that have a little bit of sheen. I've got 2 different options. We'll go peacock... Oh, there is a pink one as well, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, peacock first. So this has a bit of a sheeny shine to it. I'll just show you so you can see. Just see, it's not super glossy.
No.
But it does have a definite sheen to it.
The reason I wanted them to have a sheen was so that the hardware would sing against it. So
let me just grab that up. So you can see a bag made in that, and you can see how the hardware really glows. That is gorgeous. I've got this colour as well, actually.
See, look.
Oh, yummy, yeah. So there it is actually sewn up. Yeah, that's lovely. Oh, that is smart. Right, that's that one. I've also got the brown. Now, those are the only 2 that have a sheen. The pink one doesn't have a sheen on it, but I'll show you that in a second. But here's the tan, and it's that soft sheen again. You can see there. It just has a really, like, expensive, luxurious leather look.
Yes. I was sort of aiming for the, women boss kind of look,
Oh, yeah. Lady boss.
Don't mess with me. I've
Lady
got
boss.
things to do and people to see. No messing.
Christine says, hi, Stuart and Lisa. Laying here poorly. Oh, no, another one. Sending love. Spending my money on my favourite designers' products. Love them. Lisa and all your wonderful information.
Thank you, Chris, you sweetheart. You get well too.
Yeah, get well soon.
There are a few people who are not feeling great this weekend. I hope you all get well soon.
Yes, definitely. Definitely. And in the meantime, hopefully, tuning into Sewing Street is giving you a bit of a focus.
A bit of a relief, yeah.
I just like distraction if I'm feeling poorly.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want
because
to focus on my...
No, because hopefully you're resting and being gentle with your body because we've only got one. But being ill can be really dull, can't it?
Yeah, boring. Right, that's that. And then I have the pink. We've still called it soft sheen, but I'm just going to put the 2 next to each other just so you can see it's matte. Actually, yeah. So anyway, that one there, but gorgeous colour.
Yeah, once you put the gold on that, it's like...
Oh, yeah. Lovely. 1749. Now,
I think that would make a gorgeous weekender as well,
that would be
actually.
lovely for the weekender.
Yeah.
Now, this bag, I've actually got 3 bundles to make the bag with PU, pattern, hardware, chain. We'll start with this colourway. You also get your lining fabric as well. Would you mind just passing over, please? Thank you. Right, so here is the bundle. So it's called the Amara Smart Bag. You get your full pattern, you get your chain, you get your lock, you get your lining, and you get your full roll of PU in that gorgeous tan soft sheen faux leather. If you want to try these PUs but want to know that you've got a bag pattern that it works with and all of your metalware, this is a great option. $44.99, and the bag itself is a really good size, Lisa.
Yes.
That is gorgeous. It's actually really classy.
Phone, small water bottle, Kindle,
Yeah,
keys.
I think that's lovely. Hannah actually wants the bag. You're not getting it, Hannah. Honestly, if you learnt nothing,
Magpie.
that's the tan version. Okay. Now, we've also got it in that lovely peacock. I'll do your swap. Love the peacock. And with the gold.
Yes.
I mean, it's stunning.
It is all about the gold with these kits.
Got your lining, got your pattern, PU, your chain. The chain is lovely. It's really like good quality.
Yeah, I'd never supply hollow, you know, sort of...
No, this is heavy.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Lovely. Going wild for peacock. It's a really lovely colour, isn't it? And then we've also got the soft lilac pink.
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So there's the pattern. You get your lining, you get your faux leather outer, you get your gold metalware. Good to go. You do need a couple of gold D-rings. We'd had them on the earlier show, so grab those while you're about it.
I demonstrated this when I was on with you last month, wasn't it? It was March. Was it
Yes.
March the, I want to say 25th.
Okay, we'll check. The 9th.
The night. Really organised. I know what I'm
You
doing.
sounded so sure of yourself then.
I did say I want to.
Don't trust a word.
I don't know whether I'm coming. Okay.
Yeah, I'm thinking the 25th
Yeah,
or the
well,
9th.
you know, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant. All right. Keep going through for that. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, we've got that covered. You may have spotted, you may have bought a PU. Can you imagine a patchwork PU version? Lush.
Yes.
Pattern on its own,
Cranes.
$9.99. $9.99. And then if you want the digital pattern, instant download, you could be sewing this afternoon. We'll give you those details. Again, $9.99. Perfect. Perfect. If you want the metalware, by the way, you can actually get that. Is it the chain and the lock in one? Oh, separate. So chain first. Oh, that's brilliant. That's brilliant because there are often bags I want to add a chain. I can never find them. $8.99. Oh, amazing. 24 inches in length. You've got your 2 little swivel clasps on the end. So you just need little small D-rings and you can clip it on. Oh, that's fab. That's great. Yeah, $8.99. And then the lock. The lock. So this half just fits onto your bag as normal. You've got your little washer. And then this half, you've just got 2 little screws. So that would screw onto a tab.
A tab, yes. Which I definitely demonstrated when I was on the show on how to put the strap into the tab on the lilac.
Could that also go onto a flap?
Yes, it could.
So if you wanted to, you could.
Yeah, you definitely. Yeah, it could be an oval-shaped flap or a square. Yeah, you certainly could.
Cool. Great. $5.99. Well worth getting. All right, lovely. Thanks, Lisa.
Yes.
You're going to give us a few top tips, aren't you?
Yes, I am. So we're going to look at the Amara. Gosh, I need some bifocals. I really do.
You heard it here, folks.
It's very fetching.
Is that your stern?
It's my. I can't do stern, can I? Maybe this is why my daughter runs them up, because I can't do stern. Anyway.
I'll give it your best shot.
I'll try. How's that? Are we scared yet?
I mean, I am actually.
Your sewing community needs you.
Now that's more rallying than stern. You can definitely do rallying.
See, I told you I couldn't do it. Okay, we're going to have a quick look at the Amara. And I'm going to looking at the teal one. And I thought I would show you how to put the zip into the lining for this little bit of demo. Now, I've already sewn these kind of zips before. So if you go to YouTube and look for the quick step tote that I've done, I show you step by step how to put PU casing, attach a zip to a PU casing. It's very easy, very effective, and that's what I've done there. And this is the lining for the Amara, which comes in two parts, the lower part and the upper part. And all you're going to do is you're going to sandwich this PU casing in between the lower and upper part of the lining. Very easy to do. If you want, add to this top edge, you can add tape. In fact, I probably will, rather than just saying I will, I actually will.
Well, and then it's going to line up perfectly on both sides because it won't move.
Exactly. Honestly, if this tape isn't in your life already, you need to welcome it in with open arms. Okay, so just put that on there.
There's the tape. So easy, double-sided, and it washes away. But it doesn't matter if you never wash the bag.
No.
It can stay in the bag.
Because it's only a quarter-inch wide, and lots of seam allowances tend to be 1 centimetre, at least mine are, you never get to see the tape anyway. Okay, so I've added some tape onto the top edge of my right side lining. I've got my zip casing, which is deliberately shorter than the lining. I'm just going to match up the long edge centres of both pieces. Going to press the bond like so. And then I'm going to get the top edge of my lining piece and then pop that upside down and sandwich the zip casing in. And I'll probably just use clips for this bit.
Are you terribly organised in your studio?
My room is. It looks like rock stars had a party in it. It's really.
So is that a no?
But my table is like a Japanese Zen garden.
Is it?
It's something that as I've gotten older, I realise I need to do because it makes me far more productive. Okay. So I tidy up a little bit all of the time. It's really, really nice. But the rest of the room is just I cannot bear.
To see the rock stars party.
Yeah, a wild rock star. We're thinking the Rolling Stones and some screaming fans.
Sort of circa 1974.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, like the hotel manager's been banging at the door and, you know, he's not being allowed in. And yeah. And then the man...
You're in there smashing research with your guitar.
living the life.
I love it.
Yeah. But the table is like a Buddhist monk's garden.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
What a combination you are.
Yes.
It's an anomaly.
We like juxtaposition.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, right. So as I'm going to be sewing through woven fabric and also PU, remember that when sewing with PU, you always need to elongate your stitches, otherwise you'll create too many holes, which in effect causes perforations in your PU. So for PU sewing, I always sew a maximum construction of 3. And if I'm top stitching, I'll go to 3.5 to 4. So
That's a good tip.
initially woven is your normal 2.4, and then when you feel like you're getting to some PU, elongate your stitch length.
So it doesn't matter that you're sewing through the cotton fabric, you still want that longer stitch length?
Yeah, oh yes, you do. You definitely do.
Yeah, okay.
1 centimetre seam allowance. And also, I might have mentioned before, when sewing on PU, ordinarily you don't sew securing stitches because, again, you're perforating the PU. But if you're sewing PU to woven fabric, then you can sew securing stitches because the woven fabric will acts as an anchor for the thread.
Okay, cool.
Okay, right, there's my PU. I can feel it now. So I'm just going to elongate stitch to 3.
And I see you're using a walking foot as well.
Yes.
Do you recommend that?
I use walking foot pretty much all of the time. I've sewn a dress, and the only time I changed the zip was for an invisible zip.
Yeah.
So I love walking feet. They really, because they work on everything. You don't even need to think about it. And, you know, it also prevents sticking. Not that any of my PUs do stick to the bed of the machine, because some PUs, I know they do, but my PUs don't do that.
Good to know.
So I'm back on woven fabric.
So you don't need to use a non-stick foot?
No, you don't. You don't need to mess around with talc or, you know, putting bits of tissue paper on your machine or anything like that. As long as, you know, you've got walking foot, you'll have a lovely time.
Great.
Right, okay. So I'll flip that upwards, and then that's your casing stitched into 1/2 of the lining. You don't need to do any top stitching. You can if you want to. If you prefer the look, you can, but you don't have to. And then you would just repeat the procedure for the other side.
Okay.
Okay. So the next part of the demo, I thought I would show you how to stitch a PU gusset onto another PU piece of fabric. Okay, so this is the back of my bag, and at the top and bottom centre edges I've made a little nick. It's a nice way to nick PU fabric. A nice way to get central markings is to make a nice little nick, because if you use pen, the pen's just going to rub off at some stage. So a scissor nick is always nice. I've got my gusset piece, which is 2 pieces stitched together at a short edge, and I've top stitched either side of the seam, which looks nice and adds a bit of strength. So, and also on the wrong side of my PU, you see I've got these pen lines here.
Yeah.
Now, because I'm a bit of a superstitious person, I always cut my gussets too long and then just trim off, you know, because then, you know, I'm covered for all eventualities. I've marked 2 centimetres here, and what I'm going to use is these 2 centimetres as a marker to match the top edge of my body piece to this 2 centimetre marker. So the thing about sewing an even looking gusset, it's not just about, you know, sew the gusset to the bag, because you're going to be doing this again with the bag front. And there's some sort of voodoo happens whereby if you're not careful, things get a bit twisted. So, you know, the back's looking nice and even, but then for some reason, the front is going to be wonky. So we need to prevent that by anchoring our gusset piece to our body pieces in a certain way before we start sewing.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I like to anchor the gusset piece to the top edge first using these markings. And then I'm going to anchor the gusset to the bottom edge of the bag, center points together, and then and when you add your clips or pins or whatever. So if I was woven fabric, and the procedure would be the same, add your clips side by side. Don't just do one side and then do that, because we want an even distribution of fabric along the seam, especially when it's a curved bottom edge. So, you know, like if I add a clip here, I'm going to add a clip here as well.
Yeah.
and same and same.
So you're on a sort of straight edge at the moment.
Yeah,
that's
so it's
all
nice
pretty
and predictable.
straightforward.
You know, we don't need to hold our breath for this bit. So we always do the straight edges first, but we do them evenly.
Yeah.
And then when we get to the curves, which is when the fun starts, we add loads of clips. Oh, one important tip which I did not mention. So when we're at this stage, we've got our clips in our straight edges quite evenly. At the curves, look underneath the straight edge of gusset and see where the curve starts happening on our main body piece, and then just add a little pen mark here on the top and the bottom of where the curve starts, just like I have here. And then you're going to make little triangle cuts, notches, along this part of the gusset, because that's where the curve, and that's going to help the curve go around. So I'd get my pinking shears.
If you don't have pinking shears, could you do it another way, or?
You certainly can. You can just cut lots of little triangles.
Okay.
But pinking shears are just quicker, that's all.
Yeah. We do have them on the website, yeah.
Yes, supremely, supremely useful. So you don't need to cut much off. We're just doing this to cut off the straight edge so that when the fabric gets curved around the curved shapes, it's got more give.
Yes.
It won't fight against you as much as it would have done had it not been pinked or notched.
Because I suppose the thing is with PU, it's not a woven fabric.
No.
So it hasn't got a bias.
Yes, that's right. So you don't need to worry about bias. But also, because of that, it hasn't got give when you want to go around curves. So we're going to cut some little triangles to make it.
We need some cuts and give, yeah.
Yeah. And then you would just do loads and loads of clips around there, and then sew around.
Perfect.
I'm not going to demonstrate that in case you wanted to carry on.
I did just want to quickly mention, thank you, the patchwork PUs. These would look amazing for any of the bags. I think almost the simpler the better.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
You can really show off the fabric.
Otherwise, things will start to look busy. So.
Yeah, way more in baskets than we have. This is so cool. This is your patchwork, perfect patchwork. It's even got little stitch details on it. Really love that.
That would make an awesome. Make that for a craft retreat. Make that as a weekender bag to show off your girlfriends. This is my weekender bag.
Yeah, it's really fab. More than twice as many of you have it in your baskets. I've got teens left. There are over 40 of you with it in your basket. So do please check out. Well done if you just checked out your basket. I just spotted a couple more being checked out. Very well done, you. That's your PU secure now, you see.
I just thought craft storage, fabric
totally
bowls.
Agree. Yeah, really lovely. So next up, we've got turquoise scrappy. This one's almost like strip-pieced patchwork. It's got the poppies on there as well. This is the one that I got very excited about using the bright red shoulder strap with. Way more in baskets than we have. Now, again, I've got teens of this one left.
That's very Kew Gardens.
Gorgeous.
Very Victorian to me.
It's really,
Art Deco-ish.
Can you quilt PU?
Oh, yes.
If I layered this with H630, I could quilt it.
I'd use maybe something denser, like some cotton batting would be nice.
Oh, would you? Okay.
Yeah. Because it's not too thick. It would take the stitch beautifully.
Oh, great. Cool. Okay. So cotton batting.
Yes.
Or even, could you use something like in our form?
Oh, if you've got some of that handy, you're going to get sort of, like the plump Chanel stripes that you get. Absolutely, yep. Who doesn't?
Nice. And then we've got the tiles. Again, all new. And these are exclusively Salam PUs.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Yeah, they are. Exclusively Salam. And what about that? for a gorgeous shoulder strap. And that lovely fawn. We'll put the shoulder strap in now. That's a kind of fawn colour. What colour do you call that?
I've called that stone, I think. Stone.
Lovely.
That wants to go on a Greek holiday. It really does.
It really does.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with it.
Yeah. Where are you thinking? Mykonos?
Kefalonia. I'm going to Kefalonia. Have you been?
Yes.
Oh, I'm going this summer. I can't wait.
Read Captain Corelli's man.
I have. It's beautiful.
Oh, that's all right then.
Set there?
Then you can go.
Oh, good.
You can. When I did my final teaching practice many years ago, my my supervisor teacher, who was quite fierce but wonderful, lent me the book, and she said, I want you to read this book. She said, if you don't like it, then I think probably I'm not going to get on with you.
Oh dear. Right, okay, that's a challenge.
No pressure then. So I was like, please like the book, please like the book. But I loved it, so fair enough. All right. That's that shot. Yes, that's that one. Now, we've also got navy, of course. We can't live without navy. I know. It's just perfect for bag making, isn't it? Navy with gold hardware. This is the adjustable shoulder strap with swivel clips, $8.99, 130 centimetres in length.
That's handsome with the red scrub. I tested it with the patchwork and with the turquoise.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes. 100 times yes. Gorgeous. That's navy. Very, very popular. Watch out on that one. That'll sell out from under you. I've also got this, which is our sort of lightest neutral. Champagne. Champagne for everyone. Oh, yeah. Champagne. I'm sorry, your check has bounced. Tap water for everyone.
Fizzy.
Gorgeous. Again, goes with everything. And then I've got two sort of fashion colours. I've got like a baby blue and a soft pink. These are really pretty. Soft pink. Let's do soft pink. Rose. Yeah, rose. Again, gorgeous quality metalware. 130 centimetres crossbody, even if you're tall or broad. $8.99.
Goes on the patchwork.
Very nice on the patchwork. Very nice on the patchwork. And then the blue. Bleu.
Bleu, bleu.
Bleu, bleu. But it's that sort of robin egg blue, which I love.
Something in me wants to just make an ivory PU bag and put that as a nice contrast on the strap.
Yeah.
And then maybe have matching shoes.
I like to start with the things which are fixed.
Yes.
I have this.
Yes.
Now, what fabric do I have that will complement it?
Yes.
Rather than making the bag and then having the awful job of trying to find a shoulder strap that matches.
I think the sourcing of the things is the most problematic.
Do that first.
Yeah, definitely.
Do that first. Right, we've got something very exciting, which is jelly PU. I mean, just saying the words thrills me. Well, this is almost like vinyl, really. It's like a jelly vinyl. Look at these. How gorgeous are these? We're going to start with the aqua because that's very much in the lead. I'll keep this close by so you can see how it looks. So it's sort of, now would we call this semi-opaque?
Yeah, you can kind of get an idea of what's in there. But, you know, it's not too clear in case that, you know, you might want to keep the contents a bit private.
Yes. I love the fact that the centre of the days is glitter gold.
Yes.
Not just gold. Just really fresh and lovely, isn't it? And think about, as well, if you make and sell bags like that, absolutely gorgeous.
It's different.
It's different.
It's different.
It's really eye-catching.
Yes.
You could do a lovely match, sort of large and a small. Little makeup roll, beautiful.
And given the choice, I'd have something that's waterproof, really,
you
know, rather than something that's, you know, can't place it near the sink or.
And also, of course, look, you don't need to line. You don't need to line. Bind your seams, maybe.
Yeah.
Or not.
Or not, because it doesn't fray.
It doesn't fray.
Yeah, just, you know, remember the wide stitch length of 3 and you'll be fine.
I think something like a white bias binding.
Yeah.
Hong Kong finish.
Yeah.
Look, if you want to go the extra mile, you don't have to.
So, you know, like you've saved on having to buy the stabiliser, you've saved on having to buy the lining.
Yeah.
Saves time. Good for make to sell.
Then we've got the pink, which is kind of like lavender pink,
Yes.
almost, isn't it? It's gorgeous. Swimming costume bag.
Yes.
Beach bag. I mean, something like this, to have that to take to the beach with your sun protection.
That's right, yeah.
Your lip
Yeah.
balm, your hair protection.
Your phone, yeah. You don't want sand or wet, yeah.
Or your novel.
Or your novel, absolutely, yeah. Pop your
phone.
Kindle in there, yeah.
Yeah. Or your plastic bag that you want to keep safe. Strange, Lisa. I'm kidding. It's gorgeous. We've got one more person's photograph, Lisa. Steal yourself. Ooh.
No way. Look at that. Look at the wallet. The wallet and the quick step. There, that's a really lovely matching set that no one else will have. And again, you'd have to say, you know, play the, well, I made it bingo.
I know, but the thing is, like, I look at that and just think it's so high-end, it's so smart, absolutely beautiful. Very well done. Right, now, thinking of those wallets, actually, we have got the clasps. We have got the clasps. These are the wallet ones, aren't they? You've got 2 wallet ones, that's right. Right. So I've got gold and I've got silver, okay? And these are for the wallet.
Yes, so they're for the Keep Safe wallet. So I assume you can download the pattern.
Yeah.
Really, really surprisingly easy to put together, but mind-bogglingly professional looking. So a lot of people have made these and they've had a nice time with it, which I'm really happy to say.
Do you glue in?
No, screw in.
Oh, it's screw, great. So we don't need the... You do get the screws.
If you wanted the added strength or the peace of mind, you could, but I've found that it's fine not to.
Perfect. Great. That's the gold, $6.49. We've also got the insert, which I'll show you in a second. Then here's the silver. It's the same principle. That is about to sell out. I've only got 3 of those left. Fabulous. I saw the insert moments ago.
It's grey colour.
Probably piled. There it is. There's the insert. Oh, it's sold out. Well done if you've got yours.
Thank you. So they're scan proof, holds 9 cards.
Fab. Now, we've got the pattern on its own.
I didn't see that.
The Keep Safe.
Oh, there you go.
Here it is. Oh, with the lovely PU that our first
That's right.
customer sent a picture in. Here we go. So this is the Keep Safe wallet. Physical pattern, $9.99. And you notice as well the handmade label. Don't forget we had those in
like
the
I say, I
earlier
put them
show.
on everything.
They do look so smart, though.
Yes.
They look so smart. That wallet is gorgeous.
They're inexpensive, but somehow, once you've put it on, it looks expensive, which is what we want in life.
Yeah, we do. We love that.
And that's an evening make, all day long. It's just an evening make.
Great.
Really fast to put together.
Digital if you want, digital pattern. Remember, if it's the only thing you're buying today, then you don't pay any P&P. So ignore the $4.95. If you're buying other things that need to be physically posted, of course you do pay P&P, 1 P&P for everything. $9.99 for the digital. And then I do just have this other bit of metalware here. Can I just quickly show? So this, thank you, this goes on the bottom of a flap. So you can see here on the Juno, yes. You've got that straight part. Now, it could be a square flap or a rectangular flap, but this just goes over the flap, screws on the back.
Yep.
And then this part just goes on like a magnet, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's it. Prongs. Really, so simple to put in. Used a little bit of reinforcement PU at the back of the clasp itself. Easy.
Ah, that's a good tip. I think we have completely overloaded. My senses certainly overloaded because there's about 15 bags that I now want to make, and I want to sort out what do I need, how many of each. So good luck with that, but do make the most of this opportunity to get these things into your stash, because we have these shows all too rarely, and they are fundamentals.
Yes, they are.
We should do more.
We should, because the sourcing of when bag making, it's the biggest pain point. It's the getting the bits and bobs and then knowing how to use them, because they don't usually come with instructions and things.
Exactly right. Exactly.
Or getting straps in unusual colours.
Yeah. Oh, it's been absolutely wonderful, Lisa. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much for your brilliance and your fun as well.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, if you are lucky enough to be featured in the pictures, please visit my group, Soli Salam, and then let me know. Just post in the group, hey, I won, where can I get my prize? And then I'll get back to you.
Brilliant. Can I just put a message in? Okay, safe journey home.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
And just do us that stern face one more time. Oh, there it is. Boss lady. I wouldn't mess with you. Right, okay. After the break, we have got an hour of sewing machines. We have got the VQ4 amazing sewing and quilting machine from Brother. We've got the FS250, and we have got the Disney Combi, the Disney embroidery machine. So don't go anywhere. I will see you after this.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern, cut 2-inch times width of fabric. Line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this. Line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways. You can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
When you're dressmaking, you should always take your body measurements first Then you can decide what size garment you're going to make. It's really important to go by your body measurements, not the pattern sizes on the pattern, as everyone is different. It doesn't matter whether you measure in inches or centimetres. To take a bust measurement, you're going to go all the way around the fullest part of your bust. Pull it nice and tight. This is your actual body measurement. For your waist, you're going to measure at the highest, narrowest part of your waist. It isn't usually where your clothes sit, it's a little bit higher. For your hips, you measure around the very fullest part of your body, a little bit lower than your hip bone. Again, pull it tight. There's not room for cake here, it's your actual body measurement.
Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show.
Hi everyone, Andy here, and I'm very excited to tell you about our next Craftopia event that's taking place from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th at the lovely Abbey Hotel in Redditch. 4 workshops with some of the best tutors available in the crafting world today, bringing you a little bit from all 3 of our channels. That's Hobby Maker, Jewellery Maker and Sewing Street. And what's even better, the price includes all your accommodation, all your workshops, all your meals, all your snacks and a goodie bag worth over £200. And this year, for the first time, we're excited to bring you Friday night crafting with lots of surprises in store. So your talented tutors for the weekend are Julie Peplow, introducing you to the world of card making, Carla Bagshaw, who'll be inviting you to make your own memory albums. We also have Catherine Wright, who'll be introducing you to hand sewing, and Debbie Kershaw, introducing you to the wonderful world of jewellery making. And here's the best part, you won't need to bring anything at all because everything is included. So you can join us for the entire weekend, or just part of it. Or if you just want to come to the workshops, we've got ticket options for everyone. All you need to do is to visit the website and search out Craftopia, or you can email me directly, andy.love@hobbymaker.co.uk. As always, places are limited, so make sure you don't miss out and book your tickets now. And join us for the best craft weekend ever, from Friday, May the 23rd to Sunday, May the 25th. I look forward to seeing you there.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create 2 identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Oh, happy, happy day. I've got 3 incredible sewing machines for you in this hour. Let's dive straight in with the good stuff. We're talking about the big name of Brother. My studio sewing machine is a Brother. Oh, my goodness me. It was my first ever computerized sewing machine, and it is my current studio machine. Love, love, love Brother. Now, we're talking first about the VQ4. This is the sewing machine of your dreams. Trust me on that. It is absolutely beautiful. I'm going to dive straight in with the price because I want to get the price established. Now, you should be paying £3,499. I've got a feeling, correct me if I'm wrong, Hannah, that on the Brother website it's actually more than £3,499. We're having a technical issue on Hannah's computer at the moment, so I can't show. But if you go to the Brother website, this machine is over £3,500. Now, it's worth every penny, and I'll go through the features. It is an amazing machine, but we've got a really gorgeous price, so let's just dive straight in. Under £3,000, £2,999. You've got split pays, 5 of them available on this machine, and I think this is one at the time that I would choose split pay for sure, because it's a great way to spread that cost. £599 and change, I think, to get it home. There's so many features on this machine, it's incredible. But some of my favourites that I want to share with you are, to start off with, the throat space is unbelievable. You've got, I think, if I remember off the top of my head, 11 3/4 inches of throat space there. Now, vast majority of machines, it's about 6 inches. So to get almost double that in length, and then all that height as well, you've got this enormous space for quilting in particular, and also for sewing larger projects. So even things like larger dressmaking projects. Now, another feature that I totally in love with, here's your accessory box. I'll just show you this quickly while it's here, because you've actually got a double compartment. You've got front and back. There we go. Thank you. Got there in the end. You've got double front and back storage. Okay. And then with that off, I'm going to pop the extension table on. Now, the extension table comes with the machine. I just want to quickly put this into context. Here's the extension table, which I think we can all appreciate is a decent size. But what I want to just compare it with is the extension table for the FS250. Now, of course, the extension table with FS250, wonderful, really useful, really increases the size. But I want to show you some of these points of difference, and that is phenomenal. So you've got 4 legs that you pop out. Really, really secure this. And then once this is installed, you've got a total combined sewing area from front to back of 24 inches. Plus, obviously, front to back, absolutely incredible. Such a big, sturdy sewing table. Now, you could sink your machine down into a special table to get that flat surface. You can spend £800, £900, £1,000 for one of those tables. You've got your extension table, which effectively is doing the same thing. It's putting everything on one flat level, so less drag, less fighting against gravity, just a happier sewing experience. Okay, I'm going to take that back off and pop that to one side for now, because I want to get into the machine itself. So in a way, for me, throat space and working area are the key features of this machine for me, and deciding, is this the right machine for me? The bigger the throat space, the bigger the working area, the easier everything is going to be. There's so much more to it. In terms of your stitch package, we've got, I think, do we have the slide for the stitch? Perfect, this is perfect, thank you. Okay, so 473 built-in sewing and decorative stitches is huge. Heirloom, piecing. You can sew sideways. You can sew at a 45-degree angle. The feed dogs work in all directions. It's wild. You've got 14 styles of automatic buttonhole, and they're all one step. Your dry foot adjusts to different fabrics. I'm just going to show you that dry foot quickly. So this is like a hello. This is like your walking foot, but it's been working out. Okay, this is amazing. All right, but what it is, it's not exactly a walking foot. It's a dry foot. Do you see? It's got like almost like caterpillar tracks on the bottom. Now, what that does, and it actually plugs into your sewing machine, all right? And what this senses the thickness of the fabric. So say, for example, you're top stitching jeans, and when you're going round that hem, and you're going through probably 3 layers of denim for that hem, because you've got the outer layer of denim plus the double hem inside. So 3 layers of denim all the way around, and then you get to that flat fell seam in the middle, which is about another 4 layers all combined in one spot. Your caterpillar track senses the change in thickness, and it will respond to keep your stitches even, your stitch length even as it goes over. So even with a walking foot, if you hit a big thick lump, chances are you're going to end up with little short stitches at that point until you ease it through, or you use your kind of, what's it called, that little stepper. Humper jumper, thank you. But with this, you don't need to. Your foot senses the thickness. Absolutely brilliant. It's also got... I think it's 5 different shoes that you can snap on. So it's got your kind of regular kind of walking foot style. It's got open toe. It's got a 1/4 of an inch piecing foot. It's also got a stitching in the ditch foot, and it's also got a stitching near the ditch foot. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. You also, of course, get your free motion quilting darning foot with different attachments for it as well. I mean, you get all of this. You get all of this. It's wild. So you get all of that. Now, another really key feature on this machine, which I love, is the double foot pedal. The double foot pedal. So, first of all, you can use this machine without a foot pedal at all. So, like all the brothers, you've got one button, start, stop, speed control. So, if you can't use a foot pedal or don't like using a foot pedal, not an issue. But it's got this double foot pedal. And so this is your main foot pedal. And this, like with any foot pedal, you know, kind of press down to go. The harder you press, the faster you go, kind of thing. But this is a dual action pedal. So pushing down on the front makes the machine go. Speeds up, slows down. But pushing down on the back, what we call a heel tap, also does stuff. So in this case, it cuts the thread, or you can program it to lift and lower the needle. Okay, so when you work this pedal, you're better off actually putting your whole foot on the pedal rather than normally we'd put our foot like this, wouldn't we? Sort of partly on the floor and partly on the pedal. It's actually more comfortable. You have your whole foot on and then you push down at the front to go and push down with your heel to lift your needle or to cut your thread. Now you've also got a second pedal here, and this one again is programmable. You can program this to lift and lower the needle, lift and lower the presser foot, cut the thread. You can program it to do one of several different jobs. Now, it doesn't matter if you're left or right-footed. You can swap the position, so this can sit either side, or you can leave the second pedal off altogether and just have one standard pedal. So love that. You've also got what we all affectionately call the sonic screwdriver. It's not a sonic screwdriver, but you have a magic pen, okay? So this plugs in, and this does 4 different things. So you can move the position of the needle, I'm not kidding. You can move the position of the needle with the pen. So you just kind of move it across and the needle will jump over or back. Love it. So setting your needle position's easy. You can also change, now it's got a laser light. So with the machine on, you can have the laser light on or off, but it's got a red laser light. So you can use that so you no longer ever need to mark your half square triangles for piecing or your flippy corners, or if you wanted to quilt from one side of a block to another, the laser light will just shine. It's absolutely magic and game changing. I mean, there are about 2 or 3 things about this machine that are just like, yep, okay, that's it, I'm done. Yep, I need that. I need that. Carol's messaged in. She says, Stuart, I've had my VQ4 since the beginning of March and it's amazing. I'm taking it steady, learning bit by bit, but it's easy when you get going. I think that's great, Carol. I'm really, really glad you're enjoying your VQ4. They're amazing machines. And I think you're taking the right approach. Start with just doing what you already do, which might be your patchwork piecing, maybe your applique, but then maybe you start by marking your half square triangles. Then you think, okay, let me see it. Let me see this laser. Let me see if it works for me. And trust me, once you've used it, you'll never want to mark half square triangles again. There's 2 other things you can do with your pen. So you can taper your design and to a perfect finish. So what I mean by that is, let's say you were doing decorative stitching along the side of a napkin, and you have got a fixed point that you need the design to finish on. Now, in an ideal world, you want that final design to be a full repeat of the embroidery design, right? You don't want it to be half and then stop, because it won't be a nice, elegant finish. Well, with this pen, what you do is you have that on the finish point, and what your sewing machine will do is it will condense down or slightly stretch out the final repeat to fit the available space. I know, it's mad, isn't it? And then there's a 4th thing it does, and I can't remember off the top of my head what that is. It doesn't make cups of tea. It doesn't. Oh, it might come to me. Anyway, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant machine. Now, it doesn't matter what your sewing discipline is. So if you're a dressmaker, amazing. Quilting, patchwork, the layers that this will go through, absolutely amazing. If you're a bag maker, if you do home decor, you know, if you make large pairs of curtains or blinds or big dressmaking projects, again, you've got that huge space to work within. It is absolutely incredible. You've also got a fabulous memory. You can combine and recombine stitches. You've got alphabets, of course, as well. So you can create labels. And now, that is only half of it. You've got stitches in this machine that you can sew. So normally our width, our maximum stitch width, is about 7 millimetres. So that's how far the needle will swing. So that's how wide your stitches can be. Sometimes on machines, you'll get a 9 millimetre wide monogramming function. So just under 1 centimetre maximum width on pretty much all sewing machines. Now, what Brother have done in this machine and a few other of their sort of higher end machines is they've created feed dogs that don't just feed the fabric in one direction, kind of away from you. They'll feed it towards you, to the left, to the right, and diagonally in both directions, in all 4 directions. All of those things combined means that your sewing machine can now, almost like free motion, quilt under control. So your maximum width of your decorative stitches, I believe off the top of my head, is 4.9 centimetres. So we've gone from that to that, which means that you could be using those decorative stitches to quilt sashings or blocks where you have a gorgeous kind of scroll design quilted by your domestic sewing machine. Stuff like that absolutely blows my mind. You can also, if you're doing things like bag making and you're sewing on shoulder strap where you might want a box with an X through the middle, but you don't want to maneuver all the layers, you can actually sew across, down, across, up, diagonally, up and diagonally at the touch of a button. So you can sew the whole box and the X with just touches of buttons. It's really, really cool. Great machine. Now, warranty-wise, you get 3 years domestic use. If you're using it professionally, you get a year's warranty. So it's absolutely amazing. I want to show you this as well. This comes off, and you have this platform. This actually fits into the slots. So you can see that from above. This is creating the mezzanine level. All right. You then get your thread mast and then grab them out. You've got spool pins. So now what we can do is we can put king cones or cones of overlocking thread on these two. We've got threading loops at the top of our mast here, okay, that you can then thread up your machine. So your machine can do twin needle work, but it can also do triple needle work because you can have 1, 2, 3, and you can get triple needles. So it's wild. Absolutely wild. But what's really good is, you know, you're not going to have to buy a separate thread mast for using king cones or larger spools. You get that included. I think that's a really, really cool design feature. I think Carol really hit the nail on the head when she messaged in earlier. Carol's had her machine since March, and she said, I'm taking it step by step. I'm taking it in steady, learning bit by bit. It's easy when you get going. And I just think that is the best advice. You don't have to dive straight in with the most complex functions. I mean, one of the things you can do on your VQ4 is you can actually design your own stitches. So you get special, it's like graph paper included with your machine. And what you do is, on this graph paper, you plot your stitch. So if you think even something like a spiral, say, is a series of straight stitches through a grid, and you plot those points, and then your grid paper gives you kind of coordinates, which you then program into your machine and save. And then you've created a completely unique stitch. It could be a logo, it could be something pictorial, it could be something you want to use for quilting. And you plot that out, program it in, and then you can save it in the memory. And then you've got your own unique stitches, as well as being able to combine the 473 stitches in chunks, repeating chunks, or words, whatever you want to say. Really, really superb. Give it a go. If you've got any other questions about the VQ4, get them in while we're looking at the machine. It's a great time to ask. Now, something for everyone. Our early bird today was the box of Schmetz needles. Now, in the box, you get 100 universal needles. The universal refers to their use. So they're a good all-rounder. You can use these needles for pretty much everything. You're making a saving. It's our early bird. You save a fiver, $34.99, and that's for 100 needles. Now, they're all size 70, which is the perfect size for piecing, for patchwork, for construction, for dressmaking construction, for, you know, up to kind of medium weight fabrics. So very, very useful needles. I've only got about 20 boxes of needles left. Hundreds of you have gone for this offer. You get 100. You should be changing your needle every 6 to 8 hours of sewing time. 8 hours if you're doing regular piecing. Every 6 hours if you're doing foundation paper piecing. The paper will blunt your needle faster. So remind yourself to change your needle regularly and you'll look after your fabric, you'll sew better, and your machine will love you. Also, Schmetz, I think, best brand of machine needles. They're the ones I use exclusively in my studio. You can use these sewing needles on any brand of machine. It doesn't matter if you've got a Bernina or a Singer or a Janome, Juki, whatever. You can also use them in embroidery machines. You can also use them in overlockers. So they're not machine specific. Okay, keep checking out your baskets. Make that £5 saving. Yes, definitely. Okay. Yes, I've got some boxes of threads, actually. Lovely boxes of threads. Okay, this is a pack of 7 reels of Gutermann Sew All thread. You get 6 reels of black and 4 reels of white. They're each 100 metres. So you're getting 700 metres of thread in total. What does that work out per reel of thread, please, Hannah? £12.99 divided by 7. White and black are the ones I use all the time. £1.85. Now, I pay between £2.50 and £3 a reel for Sew All. Great price. And these are the colours you'll use most of. I've only got a handful left. So if you want to get this box of thread, £12.99, be quick. Be quick. Next up, do this one. This one comes with a pen. Oh, this is lovely. Really like that. So this is Gutermann again. So it's a cartridge pencil. So like propeller pencil. They're the best kind to use for patchwork because the lead is always that same consistent fine width. You get your cartridge pencil included. You also get 10 100-metre reels of thread, and you've got from cream, yellow, coral, that lovely deep salmon, burgundy navy, sky blue, Kelly green, a deep jade, and I think that's black. I love Kelly green. It's a colour. It's a colour. It's that colour. Gorgeous for £23.99. Good range of colours as well, actually. Shall we have a look at another machine? Let's look at a different machine. What I'm going to need is just this one to be taken away, if that's all right. Please. I mean, I can lift it down onto the floor maybe, but should I slide it across? It's a sturdy machine. Let's do the FS250. Let's do the FS250. Thank you, Dan. Brill. I think this is the best value sewing machine on the market. Pound for pound and stitch for stitch, I can't find anything to compare. £849 on the Brother website, £399 today here. Now, if you were to buy this machine from us tomorrow, it would be £799. It's only £399 when we feature it on air, which means your opportunities to buy the machine, even if it's in stock tomorrow, Your opportunity to buy it at £399 are limited by the days we have it on air. So today is one of those days. And this is why, whenever we have it on air, we run the risk of selling out, because everyone who's been waiting jumps on the phone lines, jumps on the website and gets their machine. Now, your FS250, this is the Maker's Edition, and I worked with Brother to produce the package of feet that come with this machine. A really quick tour, 250 stitches, 3 alphabets with numbers, an accessory box, free arm, feed dogs can be dropped, an extension table for a bigger work area, 8 automatic one-step buttonholes, loads of different feet. I mean, the foot package is incredible. The Maker's Edition, this is what I helped Brother with. They said, what would Makers like on a sewing machine? And I said, they'd like these 4 feet, please. These 4 feet. We'd like a walking foot for no extra cost. Cheers. We'd like a darning foot for doing free motion quilting for nothing. Thanks. We'd also, bag makers, I think, would love a non-stick Teflon foot so they can sew sticky PUs and vinyls and oilcloths. They said, fine, no problem. And they said, anything else? And I thought, well, I'll be cheeky. Dressmakers always say to me, do any machines come with a invisible zipper foot, a concealed zipper foot? They don't, but this one does, because Brother said yes to including that foot. Now, they've also left 2 extra feet in the box by mistake, which they're honouring, and those extra feet are a narrow rolled hem foot, probably about £15 worth there, left in by mistake, it's yours, and also a sliding, fully adjustable zipper and piping foot. So you've got your concealed zipper foot, you've got your sliding, fully adjustable, but mostly I use that for piping, and then you've got your standard zipper foot in the machine as well. So really, I don't think you'll ever need to buy another foot ever again. The price at £399 is unbelievable value. For all the regular feet you'd expect, all the extra feet that you would normally have to spend probably a couple of £100 to buy all of the feet, a walking foot, darning foot, Teflon, invisible zipper, adjustable zipper and rolled hem foot, you're looking at the best part of £150 to £200. Your extension table is about £50 extra. You're getting that included. You get your hard case. Now, I probably shouldn't say, well, I will say it. You don't even get a hard case with your £2,999 VQ4. It's a lovely cover, but I mean, some people really want, I think it's kind of old-fashioned values, isn't it? We think back to that sewing machine that we had back in the day, and it had a hard case. If you're moving it around the house a lot, if you don't have a dedicated sewing space, if you're taking it to classes and workshops, you want it to be protected. If it's going in the cupboard that everyone puts their coats and boots in, you want to make sure it's safe and secure. This has a fully hard case. Inside in the top, there's polystyrene. Don't take that out. It's not packing material. It actually cushions all of this important stuff on the top of your machine. But it really is. I mean, I always try and draw out the best in every machine that I see, and I see a lot of different machines, but I just can't find another machine that has a comparable package of stitches, feet, accessories, and price. This is unbelievable. I don't know how we are managing to keep the price at £399 when everything else in the world, including cream eggs, I could not believe. Seriously, it took my breath away, the price of cream eggs. It's like, what? I want to buy a pack of 4, not the entire pallet load. It was something like £3.50 for 4 cream eggs. And everything else has gone up. This has stayed the same for years. How? I just don't know. But also, cream eggs. Oh. But there you are. There you are. I think it's amazing. Well done if you've checked out your basket, by the way. A few of you are going to get this machine home this week. Very, very nice. Remember your Schmetz needles. Get yourself a box of Schmetz, size 70, universal needles, 100 of them, to go with your machine. That could last you all year. It could last you 3 months if you're a real, every day, 8 hours sewing. And your brother is going to perform beautifully for you. It's a brilliant only machine, your only machine. It's going to do everything. But also, if you've got like the all singing, all dancing, £3,000 sewing machine in your sewing room, and you don't want to take that to workshops, classes, round to your mates for a sewing afternoon, this still has all of the good stuff, your walking foot, your stitches. Maybe you've got the shed at the end of the garden where you go and do your sewing. Now, I just want to say, if you do have that second machine that might live in various places, I think it's best not to keep your sewing machine in those garden sheds, those outbuildings, garages, or even in the car, because those fluctuations of temperature, dampness in the air sometimes are not great for electricals, and it's better to keep your sewing machines in the house where the temperature is more stable. But this is portable. Any kind of technology, I'd say exactly the same thing. It's not just sewing machines. But take it down, use it to your heart's content. Just a fabulous, fabulous buy. And, great as if you want a workshop machine, a portable machine. But if this is your only sewing machine, you have got a machine which literally does it all. 250 stitches, 3 alphabets, all the feet you'll ever need, and an extension table. Sorry, Fran, thank you for messaging in, Fran. How are you? She says the machine is a workhorse and not extremely heavy. That's a really good point, actually, there. It is definitely portable. It has a good weight. It's not going to rattle around while you're sewing, but it's also a good portable weight for most of us. Now, if you would struggle carrying it, or the grip handle at the back doesn't work for you, this is when, have a look on our website, we have some really affordable sewing machine bags. And our standard, I think it's about $14.99, sewing machine bag fits the FS250 perfectly. Hi Stuart, says collector in Bedfordshire. My FS250 was delivered on Friday as a replacement for my FS180. It's so quiet and the extra feet are amazing. Well, aren't they just? And the 180, you've obviously loved that machine and loved it enough to want to basically replace it with something of a similar. Well, you got 70 extra stitches. You got all those extra feet. But also as well, if you've got other brother sewing machines and you maybe have got speciality feet, like maybe a pin tuck foot or a gathering foot, they will fit your brother. Now, on the subject of feet, I know I've said you might never buy another foot, but if you want the side cutter foot, the brother side cutter foot, we don't have it in stock at the moment, but know that that fits your FS250 or indeed your VQ4 or your MV1100. The side cutter foot fits all of them, and that effectively will do a very similar job to an overlocker, cutting the edge of your fabric off as your sewing machine overstitches the raw edges. It's about £40, so good to know, good to have in the back of your mind. You can get that for this machine. All right, that's the FS250. If you've got any questions about this machine, by the way, do get them in. Remember, you can do free motion quilting. I'll just quickly show you. Again, as I said about the VQ4, it'll do everything. So will this. So will this. If I turn the machine around, here's your little button at the back. This drops your feed dogs. Okay? So when you push that button away, okay, that drops the feed dogs. You can see that the teeth are now below the line. When the feed dogs are up, the teeth are above the line. Is that clear? Can you see that? The teeth kind of go over the line. So the feed dogs are up or the feed dogs are down. Now, you'll see the feed dogs drop when I push it to drop the feed dogs, but when I pull it back over, nothing happens. The feed dogs don't pop back up again. As soon as you take the first stitch, there you go, the feed dogs pop up. Did you see? There they are down, and there they are up. And if I push that button again, if you watch the feed dogs, you see them drop away, and they stay permanently away. And this means that your fabric isn't being fed by your machine, which means you can change the direction of your sewing for free motion quilting or applique. Now, you do that with a darning foot, and your darning foot comes included in the Makers Edition because I said that's what makers want. They asked me, and you know I've always got your back, and I thought, well, that would be the perfect thing, wouldn't it, if you've got a walking foot and a darning foot? And I thought Brother would leave it at that, because a walking foot's pretty expensive. £40 for a Brother walking foot, over £100 for a Benina walking foot. So you can pay a lot of money for these feet. But £40 for the walking foot. And then the darning foot, best part of £20. So £60 just for those two. And I thought they would say, OK, that's enough. But they said, OK, keep going. So I asked for a non-stick or Teflon foot for the bag makers amongst us, and an invisible or concealed zipper foot for dressmakers. And they said, fine, you can have them, which is great. But then they also, by mistake, left 2 feet in the box from when it was the fashion edition. And they've honoured that for everyone. They've said, you know what, it is fine. We'll leave them in. Your customers can have them. It's fine. So I think that's amazing. Really is the best package of feet I think we've ever done in the Brother FS 250. Lots and lots of you coming in for that. Quick tour, by the way, on the front. Your 250 stitches are there on the front of your machine, and it's a really, really clever system, because sometimes you have to have a card up here at the top of your machine, sometimes you have to get the manual out, sometimes it's computerized and you scroll through. But here you've actually got these little flip charts that click into place, which make it so easy. You've got zone 1, zone 2 and zone 3. And up here, this is your display, and when it's switched on, it actually has 1, 2 or 3. You just choose it by pressing this button here, and it will take you through zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. If you want your alphabets, you go to the A for alphabet, and then you've got alphabet 1, alphabet 2, alphabet 3. And the alphabets are up here at the top of your machine, and you've got 3 of them. You can combine up to 50 characters and spaces. So if you want to do quilt labels, if you want to personalise, you can. You've also got numbers, European accented letters and punctuation. Top loading, easy wind bobbins. You've also got the simplest, most reliable needle threader I've ever used on a sewing machine. It is absolute child's play. I know loads of people who've got needle threaders on their sewing machines that they never use because they can't work out how to use them. And I had a sewing machine once that I couldn't work it out. The Brother, it is so easy and so reliable. Great. One last thing I'm going to mention about this is the new decal, which is a combination of Brother and Sewing Street. So Sewing Street also worked with Brother to create this decal. This is exclusive. It's absolutely gorgeous. The Makers Edition. I love my Elna, says Kate, but have to say, I am impressed with the Brother package. I paid £50 for my walking foot. Yeah. Well, yes. The thing is, you know, I love my Elna, Kate. I do. I still got my Elna 680. I absolutely love it. But to get a similar number of stitches and things like the walking and darning foot included on that, you're paying about £2,000. This is under 400. I mean, it's a smaller throat space. This is about a 6-inch throat space. Something like your Elna 680 is about 8.5 inches. So you've got a couple more inches of throat space. But £2,000, 399. But only 399 if you buy it today. If you come back tomorrow, the price is 799. And you can't ring up customer services and say, can I have it at the price that Stuart had it on yesterday? They can't do that. So although we have this machine in stock, if we can keep it in stock all the time, most of the time it is at that upper price point of £799. And Brother sell it for £849. So when we have it on at £399, I urge you, if you've been thinking about it, if you've wanted to get it home and give it a whirl, now's the day. Now, while you're doing some sewing, you might want to get yourself a bolt of calico. Oh, excuse me. It's like I was gasping for air, wasn't it? Oh, my goodness. Right. I tell you what it is. I am not used to talking for 5 hours. Can you hear how raspy my voice is starting to go now? I'm out of practice. 25 metres of Quilters pre-shrunk calico. Now, this is 60 inches wide, first of all. 60 inches wide. It is really finely woven. It is pre-washed and pre-shrunk, so you don't have to pre-wash or pre-shrink it. Now think about that. This could be the backing for quilts up to 56 inches wide. Now a lot of my wall hangings or small quilts are that size or a little smaller. This works out at about, how much is it per metre, Hannah? At £124.99, you're saving £24.50, by the way, on that price. At the price we're at £124.99, £4.99 a metre. So 2 metres of this, so like £10 worth, right, would back a quilt that was 56 inches wide by about 75 inches deep for £10. Amazing. In one piece, no joining. But if you sewed 2 panels together, you could back a king-sized quilt using 6 metres, which would be under £30. It dyes beautifully. You can tie-dye, you can shibori, you can just flat dye, plain colour. It's a brilliant base for embroidery. You can also use it for like freestyle embroidery, punch needle. I would give it a go as well. It's also brilliant for things like making toiles if you're a dressmaker, or just for using as an interfacing within your construction. I know a lot of couturiers use calico as their interfacing, but brilliant if you're a quilter. You want to use it for home decor, backing cushions, making your own cushion inserts. You might never have bought a bolt of fabric before. You might be used to buying it by the ½ metre or maybe 2 or 3 metres at most, and think, gosh, Stuart, 25 metres, would I ever? Will I live that long? Well, trust me, you will absolutely find so many different ways to use this calico that you'll be like, okay, I can see now where I'm going to use this. I mean, buying this isn't going to make any of us live forever. But when I got my bolt of calico, suddenly I was like, okay, I'm making a cushion. Oh, I just reach for the calico for the backing. I am quilting this bag, but I want to do a separate lining. I will back it with calico, quilt it, put it together. Suddenly I was finding all these ways to use my calico. And as a backing for quilts, it's so economical. 25 metres on the bolt, it is £124.99, and you're saving £24.50. Now, we've also got this by the ½ metre. So if you just want to try it, ½ metre, or you want to make a few cushions, something like that, by a couple of metres, This is the same 60-inch wide, pre-washed, pre-shrunk calico. It's really soft and easy to work with. $2.99. $2.99 a half metre. Really, really gorgeous. It's fluid and soft as well because it's been pre-washed. If you've been used to using calico that was really heavy, hard, stiff, and shrinks like you wouldn't believe, this isn't comparable. This is pre-shrunk, it's 60 inches wide, it's good to go. You can also use this in your piecing or as an applique background. It's a really lovely fabric. This with some Tilda or some Liberty, get that kind of country vibe going. Really, really, yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Great price as well if you want to experiment with things like painting on fabric, dyeing fabric, maybe using Inktense pencils or wax crayons. So you can do wax crayon designs on here, cover it with kitchen roll. I use kitchen roll because it's absorbent, and then a hot iron, and it will fix the wax crayons. Yeah, and then go in with hand stitching or quilting. Bring it to life with thread. Wonderful. For a $2.99 piece of calico, it's really worth getting some. Or if you know that you will use it, or even if you think you might, go for the bolt. Right, I'm going to grab the FS250 again. Lots of you have this in your baskets. Do you have something that's holding you back? If you've got a question, if I can help you, anything at all, get your questions in now. There's still a few minutes left to get a question in by email, studio@sewingstreet.com, and I will gladly answer your questions. Yeah, I can show the needle threader. I just would need a reel of thread, please. But yeah, I can definitely show the needle threader. I think Dan's just grabbing one. Thank you, Dan. The calico is very good quality. Have never bought a bolt of anything before, but found so many uses for it and have used up half of the bolt very quickly. There you go. I feel vindicated. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's true, though, because I know it's like a bolt of fabric. I'll never use a bolt of fabric. But that's the thing, you know, because it's such a universal fabric, you probably will. Right, let's thread this up. So reel of thread goes on top. This is an Orifil. Nice fine weight, this one as well. When you thread any sewing machine, hold the thread with both hands and floss it through the machine. Make sure your presser foot is up. When you do this, at this point, when I thread the needle, I like to just drop my presser foot at this point. And it also makes it a little bit easier to see. And then literally all you're going to do is bring the needle threader down. I'm going to move it slightly. I think that's quite a good angle. I'm going to hook the thread. There's a hook, very obvious hook. Oops, excuse me. Hook it through. Oh, this is sticking. Oh, this is sticking for some reason. That's annoying. That's annoying. Yours won't stick. This gets absolutely battered by people. Okay. On any other day, it would have just threaded, wouldn't it? Just wait for me. Yes. They are very simple to use, though. Oh, typical, isn't it? Anyway. Next time. Tomorrow or Tuesday. It'll work like a dream, I'm sure. Should we do the menu? Let's talk about tomorrow. Now, I'm on tomorrow, but I'm on as a guest. And Sandy's here too. Vix is presenting. And we are starting off at 8 a.m. with the V&A Crafts of Tranquility collection. This is like blue and white china turned into fabric. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to put a post this afternoon of the quilt I've made using the fabric. It is absolutely gorgeous. That's at 8 a.m. and I'm going to be using my Galleria quilt pattern. So I'll be showing you that as well. That's at 8 a.m. Now at 9 o'clock, Sandy Millichip-Masoki is in with her handy guide to zips and fastenings and her on-the-go travel set. I'm ready for travelling. At 10, I'm going to be back with the K-Facet Twinkle Kit. Now, lots of you voted on my social media about which way round I should do my Lone Star quilt block. Well, tomorrow I'm going to be showing you how to make a Lone Star quilt block from start to finish, demystify it and have some fun. And I've got a gorgeous kit, which is that combination of K-Facet and William Morris. If they'd ever met in real life, I dread to think, goodness me, they'd have got on like a house on fire. Now, 11 o'clock, we have got Dewey Jumbo with the Use and Ornament book from Nicholas Ball and Sandy from Family Comforts in collaboration with Dewey Jumbo. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got an hour of Dewey Jumbo with Julie Crowther. Absolutely amazing day tomorrow. Make sure you join us from 8 a.m. Now, please don't go anywhere because Nigel May is up next on Hobby Maker and he's got the fabulous Dawn Wheeler with him doing, I think, some gorgeous jewel-encrusted art, crystal art.
It's Craft Buddy's 15th birthday.
I'm there. It's Craft Buddy's 15th birthday. Don't touch that dial. I will see you in the morning.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to